WIIFTBP. WIIFTBP.
Tonight, your voice is heard.
Your vote is precious, almost sacred. It is the most powerful non-violent tool we have to create a more perfect union.
Tonight, change happens.
And so all men of goodwill will go to the polls on November the 3rd. And I hope we will have a great day in our nation so that when we wake up on the 4th of November, we will know that America has made the right decision.
Mark your calendars for What's in It for the Black People Media special election night coverage. This is the nation's only culturally specific digital platform that respects the Black community's diverse viewpoints. We're here for you. Tonight, the only place to stay on top of 2020 election night coverage is on the Maze Jackson page on Facebook and Maze Jackson on YouTube. It all starts tonight at 7.
You know who to vote for. I'm just asking you to vote.
WIIFTBP.
Welcome, Chicago. Welcome, world. This is the Maze Jackson page. What's in it for the Black People Media? It is election night 2020. That's right, election night 2020, and we are here. This is the most subsequent election, the most important election of our lives, and we are here to bring it in with you. Let me tell you what, this is our first election night, so I'm going to tell you it's going to be a great night. We're going to be covering all of the races that matter the most to Black people. That's right. So we are going to be giving you insight. We're going to be talking to you about what is going to happen in the presidential race. What will happen? Who will be the president? Will we be a monarchy? Will we descend into fascism? Or will Joe Biden return? Will he return America to normalcy? Or at least that's what we think of normalcy. We'll also talk about the most important races in Cook County. Kim Foxx, that is another important election, could be one of the most important elections of our lives. Let me tell you what, we're gonna also be watching Willie Wilson. We're gonna find out if Willie Wilson will have the opportunity to be able to bring, not only will he win the Senate, but will he be able to get the 5% necessary to be able, that's right, to be able to run as, to create his own independent party. Look, y'all, this is election night 2020. I am here to tell you we're going to be going all night long. We are going from 7 o'clock to midnight. We are going to be covering the Electoral College. We'll be covering all of the races. But let me tell you what. Before we go any further, I got to bring in the rest of my team. Now, you all know us. You see us regularly every day. Friday. It is the morning show team, but we are going to be coming in today. Let me first start by introducing my co-host, Mr. Todd Stroger. Todd, you know what? Hold on one second, Todd. You got your Sunday clothes on, man. You ready?
Oh, yeah. I found some stuff that fit, and, I'm all ready. This is the battle of the bulge. We'll see if the German forces can overtake the Allies.
The German forces take over the Allies. Boy, Todd, you make it seem like we are. You really believe? Do you believe this could potentially be the most important election of our lives?
It's definitely the most important election of my life. I think that fascism is making a stance, and there's got to be a push against it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Todd. We are going to be talking about that. We've got so much going on tonight. I can't wait to get into it. Now, you're going to be providing a lot of expertise tonight, particularly with your experience in the county. We've got the Kim Foxx race. So coming up shortly, we're going to be talking to Mark Brown. Mark Brown, who is also from the Chicago Sun-Times, will be talking about that with you tonight. Todd, you got any expectations? You got any big surprises, or you got any expectations in the county race tonight?
Oh, I think we like always we have to keep our eyes on the Southwest and the Northwest suburbs.
You know those tricky white people. You got to keep an eye on them. All right, now let me tell you what. You know her. She's with us every day. She is, she got her church clothes on, because I was expecting her to come in here with her camouflage and fatigues. Hey, y'all, it is Miss Ruthie Moore. Ruthie Moore, how you feeling this evening?
You know, I'm so accustomed to seeing y'all in the morning that this evening time viewing I'm getting is extra special.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Ruthie Moore, I'm looking forward to this coverage tonight, y'all. We are doing our very first election special. Ruthie Moore is going to be she's going to be specializing tonight in following updates on the Willie Wilson race. So she is going to be keeping up to that. Now, Ruthie, there's two issues going on with this Willie Wilson race. There is first the race to unseat Dick Durbin, but beyond the race, the race to unseat Dick Durbin, there is also this Willie Wilson's pursuit to get 5%. Now tell us why that 5% is so important.
So in just doing some research about the history of just non-traditional parties within Illinois, non-Democrat, non-Republican, it seems like a lot of people start political parties out of some type of unrest. And so I've been able to make a few connections throughout history. And so I'm really interested to see if this 5% that the Willie Wilson party needs to be established will be established.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you what, we're going to be watching for that all night long. Y'all stick with us, because we are going to be going for we're going until midnight. Now, let me tell you what, we got a lot of great guests for you. I'm going to tell you, Todd, we've been working pretty hard. I'm pretty excited with the guests that we've got. We have got a pretty good cross-section of Chicago, pretty heavyweights, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So we've got Mark Brown, Mark Brown, columnist from the Chicago Sun-Times. Mark, I used to look up to Mark a long time ago. Mark was one of the very first people when our good friend Double J encouraged me to get in the media. He was like, you got to meet Mark Brown. And so Mark Brown was one of the first people that really took me seriously as a political operative and followed me quite a bit. But Mark has a real interesting take. Todd, how was your relationship with Mark when you were in government? I always found him to be kind of a straight shooter.
Well, I did truly have a relationship with the columnists at the time. Actually, I really met Mark through you, Mace.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and through that, I've come to appreciate him as being, like I say, he's a bit of a straight shooter. I mean, I've met other columnists, and I'm like, boy, you sure are sided one way or the other. You don't know what the middle looks like.
You know what? That is one of the things I like about Mark. It's like I can work with him and try and make things happen.
Right.
But try to work my spin. But he's always giving me the now Maze. What's the spin? But what he is going to be covering the Kim Foxx race. So I think I'll look forward to hearing what the two of you all get with your bantering about. Okay, now, also coming up after that, we have got our own representative on the Chicago Board of Elections, Jonathan Swain. Now, you all may recognize Jonathan Swain also as the owner of Kimbark Beverage Shop. He does double duty, so he owns Kimbark Beverage Shop, but he also he is also and when I say the black representative on the Board of Elections. So I thought it was important, because we always get to hear from everybody else, But I thought it was important that here on What's in It for the Black People Media that we gave the opportunity to speak to one of our very own. So I look forward to talking to Jonathan Swain. Do you know Swain?
From Kimbark Beverage, always supporting. And I saw his name on my ballot.
You saw it? Yeah, you know what? That is pretty dope. I do like to see.
Maze, let me just say congratulations on your first WIIFTBP election coverage from your very own spot. So congratulations, my brother.
You know what? Thank you. It's and can I say it's not mine? It's ours. Remember, I have always said that we are doing this with the goal of building something for us collectively. So while I do take a lot of pride in this, I do believe that we are providing one of the most crucial and essential services to our community. And so I look forward to it. And I'm so glad to have you all on the team.
Absolutely.
It's great to be here. Let me send a big shout out because I gave a shout out to everybody that was here, but let me also send a big shout out to Sonia Escobar. Sonia Escobar is about, look y'all, I think me and Sonia are gonna, Sonia actually might be beating me in hours because I check in and say, hey Sonia, I'm about to leave now. She's like, okay, see you tomorrow. Get some sleep, boss.
Yeah, but you get here like at 3. You beat me in the morning.
So shout out to Sonia Escobar, who is executive producing. Shout out to Herb Howard. Right?
Herb been around here throwing commands out.
Herb is around here. He was like, we're going to start this show. I was like, hold on, homie. hold on.
After he said, Maze, you got 15 minutes to get dressed.
I was like, who you talking to? I was like, who do you think you are talking to? But I tell you what, shout out to Herb Howard. He got his church clothes on. Now, we're going to be hearing from Herb Howard a little bit later on today. Herb is going to, in case you all tap out. Now, Ruthie said, who tapping out? Ruthie said
saying,
what?
We hit till midnight.
You know what, Ruthie? That's what I'm
that
talking
young
about.
people talk.
Look,
man.
Todd don't even be awake during the morning show, so we can't even be 100% sure. But I'll tell you what, I can't wait to get down into it. All right, we also got to send a big shout out to Dawn. Can I say shout out to Book of Dawn? Here's one thing. Dawn came in. She is now the director of production. Did you see I don't know if you all caught me on Fox 32 this morning. And by the way, Fox 32 will be joining us today as well. But I don't know if you happen to see us. But Dawn has turned out the whole entire place. She said, look, I'm gonna get some pipe and drape around here. Cause you all ain't gonna be having this show making me look crazy. So all I know is Dawn put on her event planning hat. Shout out to Lisa E. You can smell the food I'm cooking. We got food cooking. We have got election night right here live. Now I'm gonna tell you all.
Divine Treats.
Shout out to Divine Treats. They have been taking good care of us. Y'all, man. Now I'm gonna tell you, and she packs her knives up. All right, now. Also, so let me say, so I think we got through, we got Mark Brown from the Sun-Times. I think he's already checked in, so we're going to be talking to him shortly. We've got Jonathan Swain from the Board of Elections. Then we got my man Joe Walsh coming back. Joe Walsh, you know, Joe Walsh can't, they call him a turncoat. But you want some comedy? Read the white people's response to Joe Walsh on his Facebook page when he talks about Trump. Lord have mercy. I feel bad for the man. I talked to my good friend Helene. She said it's crazy for her out there. They live in the country, and she said pickup trucks be riding down the streets every day. So we're gonna be talking to Joe. We're gonna be talking to Joe Walsh. Plus, we'll talk to Kristen McQuarrie, the editor of the Chicago Tribune. Now, check this out. You know, I got to ask her what's up. What's the deal with the Tribune endorsing Pat O'Brien? Y'all know we just had the Rossetti 4. I almost feel like you might need to clip that. And we might need to play that for her to ask her why in the heck did the Tribune endorse this Pat O'Brien, knowing what he did. But you know how those guys do. Plus, then we got the resident curmudgeon, of WIIFTBP Media. From I Said What I Said, Mr. Tucson Warner. He'll be joining us as well, giving us his perspective on this universe that we live in, particularly this culture, this climate that has been created by the Trumpsters. All right, y'all. Now, look at here. It is about time for us to jump to the live line because we have got one of Chicago's, I got to say, you know, if you are going to read the newspaper, right? If you're going to read the newspaper, you're going to read it regularly, then you have got to read this guy. He has got to be one of the straightest shooters. Straightest shooters, he don't got the biggest sense of humor. And he won't never let me buy him lunch, but I will tell you what.
He's laughing inside.
He's laughing. I hope he's not laughing at us inside. Hey, y'all, he is right here. It is Mark Brown from the Chicago Sun-Times. Mark, welcome to welcome to Election Night 2020 on What's in It for the Black People Media. How you doing today, man?
I'm great, Maze. Thank you for having me on.
See, I told you. Look at all that enthusiasm. So
he's my kind of guy.
You know what? You and Todd, that's what, you know what? So, Mark, first of all, tell everybody where they can find your column and when they can catch it, first of all.
Well, we still like people to read the newspaper. So, wherever they stick me in the paper, I think I'll be on page 6 or 7 tomorrow. But, I think I'm Mark Brown, Mark Brown CST on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook sometimes too.
So, Mark, let me ask you, talk to me about this election cycle. It seemed somewhat uneventful, but there seems to be a lot on the line for it being such an uneventful election day per se. What do you think is going on out there? What are you feeling? What are you reading?
Oh man, I just came from the other room where my wife is watching the national stuff start to come in, and I'm feeling the nerves coming on, man. But here locally, there really wasn't much on the ballot, right? There was the state's attorney's race, which I'm writing about tonight. There's the graduated income tax amendment, which is a huge deal, and just really not a whole lot more. I guess some congressional races out in the suburbs of interest, but we don't really even think those were seriously contested. And of course, some state house races where we're expecting Mike Madigan to grow his strength.
Mark, I'm gonna circle back to that.
I don't want to get you started on that, Maze.
Yeah, right.
Look, why does everybody know that, man? I'm gonna leave that alone. But I do want to circle back to the Kim Foxx race. Mark, what are you feeling in this Kim Foxx race? Kim she dominated in the Democratic primary, but I thought that lead was a bit deceptive because if you looked at it, there were a lot of people that voted against her that were Democrats. Now you add the Republicans into the mix, and I gotta ask, does she face a real challenge?
Well, I don't really know. But I believe so. Yes, there were 444,000 people voted against her in the Democratic primary, right?
Right.
And most of those were from the white areas of the city and the suburbs, counting out the progressive whites. Okay. So if you figure that those are people that decided they don't like Kim Foxx, they're going to vote against her again, then, that could be a problem if you start adding that together with the, 200 some thousand Republicans that we can figure will vote in Cook County.
Mark, I'm a little older than Maze, Todd Stroger, just a little. But I remember when Cecil Partee was appointed, and then, there came out some news that he had a mistress or something, and he sank like a stone. The city was different then. I always say there was a lot of working class white people back then. But the colors haven't changed, maybe just how much money people make. I do see Kim might be in some trouble, especially since there has been a campaign that she is kind of like soft on crime. And, crime is a very important thing to a lot of people who don't look like me.
The white folks. Because you know what? To piggyback on that, Mark, we also saw that the chairman of the Democratic Party of Illinois did not carry Kim Foxx on his palm card. What does that say to us?
Along with open rebellion
with Brendan Riley, as well as we know what's going to happen on the Northwest side as well. So what do you think there, Mark?
Well, there is apparently a lot of palm cards, Democratic elected committeemen who don't have her on the pomp card, in the suburbs as well. So, what difference, I think the thing you got to understand, and this, is that they do that because they don't think their people are going to vote for her anyhow, right? So they don't want to swim upstream against their own voters. But there will be at least 1.2 million more people vote for Joe Biden today than will vote for Donald Trump in Cook County. So that would take something like 500,000 of those people saying, yeah, I voted Democrat, but now I'm going to vote for this Republican. I mean, that's a tall order. So it's not undoable. It could be done. But for that reason, a lot of people are saying it's going to be close. I don't know. I have no idea what to expect, really. And it's going to be tricky tonight because with the mail votes that won't be counted tonight, there's just going to be a lot left out on the table, and because of it being racial differences in the voting, you're going to see some numbers come in and it could look like one person's ahead, and then another township come in and it could look totally different.
It's going to be a lot. So do you think we'll know that? Will we have a winner tonight? Do you think?
I think so. I don't think we're going to have one by the time the deadline for my column is 9:45. But I would think by 11 o'clock we'll have a pretty good idea. Although I think, like I say, there's going to be several hundred thousand mail ballots will not be counted tonight. So everybody should keep that in mind.
How many did you say weren't going to be counted?
Several hundred thousand will not be counted tonight. They're not going to get them processed.
Okay, man, that's a lot of votes, Mark. That's a tremendous amount of votes that's not going to be counted. What else? Do you expect any other surprises tonight, Mark?
Surprise! If I expected it, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? I don't. It would be a surprise to me if this constitutional amendment on the graduated income tax won. I just feel like the opponents of that have sort of carried the day.
They bushwhacked it.
They bushwhacked it. Now, maybe everybody votes on it, and it could win with the 50% instead of the 60%. Yet, if you want to get into that, but you can win two ways. It takes either 50% of everybody who voted, or 60% of those who vote on the actual question. So, and those can be big variations. So, because a lot of people just show up to vote for the presidential race, right? And then they don't even bother with the rest.
Right. They don't care.
Man, well, I you know what? And so, got any thoughts on the presidential race? What are you thinking about that one, Mark?
Oh, I got that sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. It looks like Trump's got a good lead in Florida.
Well, you knew he was going to have first of all, hanging shads. I don't think if anybody expects Trump to win Florida, Georgia, or any of those southern states where
Biden to win? Yeah,
Biden to win any of those places where the good old boys are running the machines. I think that's not it. I think it's going to come down to that Pennsylvania and that Michigan.
As they say, the Rust Belt.
The Rust Belt. Let me ask you another one. Do you think Willie, if you were a betting man, does Willie Wilson? I got two questions for you. Does he win all of the black wards and townships? And secondly, does he get his 5% to start the Willie Wilson party?
5%. I think maybe he'll get his 5%. I don't think. Well, that's statewide, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
I think Willie's going to fare very poorly, and if that's his only goal, maybe he accomplishes that. But I don't. What was the first question about Willie? What if he carries every?
Will he win
I'm very curious about that. I would think that Willie is wearing out his welcome, even though people like him, they're not voting for him.
Well, you know, he won all of the black wards. He won all of the black wards.
You mean for the mayor's race?
For the mayor's race. So I don't,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
think it's, I mean, he won all the black wards for the mayor's race. So I got to ask, do you think that carries over? I mean, Willie Wilson gave over 24 million masks away. He got the endorsement of the FOP. You don't think there's any way he gets his 5%? Well,
it's a big ask, man. I just would be surprised.
Wow. Okay. Mark Brown.
But I haven't really worked at that real closely.
Okay.
It's running uphill.
It is running uphill. And Dick Durbin was very concerned because he called President Obama as well as quite a few others to get inside to help with that race. All right, look, man. Mark, we are going to be reading your column tomorrow morning. What's your deadline, man?
9:45.
9:45. All right, well, look, we're going to be checking for you for tomorrow morning. We're going to be looking, and I hope there are no crazy surprises. And tell your wife we hope that you don't have that pit in your stomach. Hey, Mark, how do you like living in the city, man? I used to love your stories of being out in the burbs, and now you're a city dweller. I text you in the morning. You're like, I'm sorry I missed this. I was out on a walk. How are you loving the city life?
I love the city, Maze. It's the suburbs suited my purposes, but I'm glad to be back here. Living the city life.
Hey, man. Well, we are glad you're here. Hey, Mark. Tell everybody one more time. You know what Mark was like, he wasn't sure, but you can get Mark Brown every day. Check him. Well, what's your days in the sun times again? I'm sorry, buddy.
I don't have regular days anymore, Maze. I'm just like this man of, relaxed guy, just whenever I feel like it.
You know, that must be the life. Well, you know what, Mark, we got to get you over here. You should join What's in It for the Black People Media. We'll get you a podcast and get you out there in the world, man. Come on, join the dark side.
Good to see you guys.
Hey, it's always great to be with you. Hey, y'all, that is Mark Brown from the Chicago Sun-Times. Look, y'all, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, they tell us that Jonathan Swain is running a bit late. So what we're going to do is take a quick break, pay some bills, and then we'll be back to the election night special. I'll be going to look to see if we can get some results as well. It is the election night 2020 special.
WIIFTBP.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information. Or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard. You'll never breed a warrior.
Mm-hmm. Warriors, come out to play.
Shh, you hear that? And that's what's happening at every angle. They're creating paradigms where we can only raise feminine men.
Yeah.
Whether they homosexual or not, they feminine as shit.
Sure. Because all masculinity is toxic.
All masculinity is toxic in a war-torn society where the dominant society is saying to your ass, we don't never want no warriors.
Right.
You bastards.
Any book you've ever read, you can read the Bible, goddammit. When they go and they destroy some shit, they kill all the boy babies.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even want you growing up to think you gonna do some shit to me.
Animals do the same thing. If I come over here and I take over this village now or whatever, like this gonna be my pride. First thing I'm doing, killing the male boys, like killing the male babies.
Don't you
like,
even grow up with
don't,
that attitude,
don't you
little
even
nigga.
think about it.
Ever.
Okay?
Bitch.
Right. You ain't my daddy, you damn right I ain't your daddy. Fuck your fort, little nigga.
Fuck your fort.
You're not my dad.
That's like, oh man, I laugh at this shit in public.
That's real.
I laugh at this stuff in public.
That's real though, right? Tucson Warner and Herb Howard live on What's in It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
WIIFTBP.
Welcome back to Election Night 2020. It is What's in It for the Black People Media, covering the races that matter the most to black people. Now, let me tell you all, we have got a night full of coverage. We're going to be going all the way till midnight. We're going to be covering the races that mean the most to you. We're going to be giving you updates, live updates on the Kim Foxx race. If called correctly, Todd, we have already had 2 races called in Illinois. Todd, the race for Dick Durbin for U.S. Senator has been called already, correct?
They called that like a half an hour ago.
And what was it? Did you say 50C already had 57% of the vote?
Yeah, he already had 57%. So
now the question will be, will Willie Wilson get to the 5% threshold to get it? Ruthie, you'll be watching that all night.
Absolutely.
So it really is going to matter what the vote count comes up to.
Right.
And to understand the vote count, here to help us from the Chicago Board of Elections is our very own Jonathan Swain, our representative at the Board of Elections. What's up, Dr. Swain? How are you feeling at this lovely evening?
Hey, Maze, everything is well. Everything is well.
So, Jonathan, please, first of all, tell us what your job is as a Chicago Board of Elections commissioner.
I'll do that, but first let me say congrats to you on your first election night special. I applaud all the work that you're doing putting together a digital platform for us to hear our issues. So I appreciate that. What do we do?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What do we do at the Board of Elections? Board of Elections is a 3-member board whose job is to oversee voter registration, oversee election administration, and to oversee the counting of the ballots. So, our job is to make sure that the elections come off effectively without a hitch. We have a very, very competent staff. I know if you saw the City So Real documentary, you saw a lot of our staff that are doing some great work. I was so happy to see the work that they did in the midst of those very contentious and tight kind of debates that were going on. So that's effectively what we do. So now we're in the process of gathering all of the election returns and beginning to process those so we can declare results in a couple weeks.
So in a couple weeks, Jonathan, that's what makes me nervous. I'm going to tell you, this whole vote by mail couple weeks process really starts to make me nervous when we've got Proud Boys standing down and standing by. Talk to me about this, the move to vote by mail, which we've done for a while, but this change or this move towards it, and how will the delay in getting the vote potentially impact us nationally?
So a couple things. One, you're right. We have been doing what they call no-fault vote by mail for a while. It used to be you had to have a reason why you voted by mail, but now it's no fault. By state law, we have to wait to 14 days after the election to wait till all those ballots come in, and then we have another 7 days to proclaim our results. And very honestly, Mays, I don't think, for at least for Chicago, it's going to be that big a difference. When I looked at the numbers this morning, we had about 80% of the vote by mail ballots in, and that does not include everything we got today and everything that came in the mail today. So I think that we'll be able to turn around our vote by mail fairly quickly. But when you start talking around every place else, it's a different question.
Jonathan, let me ask a question. And I talked to a lot of people who were out in the field, and they told me that it was kind of quiet. And my question is that all of the hullabaloo that we saw about vote by mail and early vote, did it kind of balance out, or will we see a tremendous spike in voter turnout?
No, I think, it's pretty much was a pretty quiet election day. As I'm looking at my numbers right now, and again, these are all fluid. Roughly about 73% of the vote had been done prior to election day, and 26% came in today. So, I think what you saw in this election is a real shift in terms of how we vote, where it's not so much focused on the day of the election, but really focused on trying to get ballots cast when people determine who they want to vote for.
Ruthie?
Good evening. I'm curious about some of the pandemic election protocols. Is there anything different that has had to take place in terms of protocols for election day and actually voting?
Well, protocols not necessarily, but we had to adopt the CDC guidelines, and we had to adopt the state health guidelines, local health guidelines. We had to make sure that it was enough social distancing, that we had PPE, we had shields. We had to probably the biggest change from other elections is we had to move polling places because we had to have enough space to be able to spread out. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that you saw. We had our early voting locations open on election day, which is something that's new to allow more people access to vote. And then obviously the United Center, which had 70 machines out there. So just in terms of how we spread things out, probably makes the biggest difference. But other than that, is straight PPE, sanitizer, 6 feet distancing, and things like that.
Jonathan, do the numbers seem like your normal presidential race? Are they up or down?
No, I was looking at that, Todd, and before I came on, I looked at some historical data. To me, it looks like it's going to be a normal presidential election. Somewhere in the mid 70s. I know in 2016, it was like 71%. 2012, it was 75%. So it'll be somewhere kind of in there. Again, I think the biggest difference is that it's a function of how people vote. We had over 700,000, 800,000 votes in the bag before election day, which is, unheard of. So I think that's what you'll see going forward, is that there'll be a difference in terms of how people vote.
Jonathan, one of the things that I have been super concerned about with the expansion of vote by mail, as well as the expansion of the time that people can early vote, is the resources that it takes now to be able to man the polling places. And do you believe and the reliance on mail, which I do not feel, particularly in the Black community, our mail program and we're prepared for vote by mail to be dominant. You think about it now, a guy can, if you live in a mixed ward, a wealthy guy can run a 12 or 15 mail piece campaign and then mail you a ballot and take a person out. Are you concerned that this could be part of this could disenfranchise Black elected officials in the future?
But before you answer that, what I saw that was interesting was people were taking their vote by mail ballots and taking them to the polling place while I was standing in line for early voting.
Yeah, so let me speak to that first, Todd. So yes, people actually were obviously the drop boxes where people are dropping things off. I think that's the best way to do it, because you make sure you drop it off. We pick it up that night, and then you get it processed to be ready to count the next morning. The question about vote by mail is something that I've been paying a close attention to this season. As I'm looking at the percentages of vote by mail applications by ward, and we don't keep track of voters by race, so you have to use predominantly Black wards, predominantly white wards, and predominantly Latino wards as a proxy for race, which is kind of it's not exact, but it gives you a good sense. And so what I did see was that a lot of the vote by mail that you were seeing were coming from predominantly white wards on the north side. And you saw a lower number when it comes to the south side. And so, that's something we're going to take a look at going forward, making sure that as we implement the vote by mail system in future elections, that we're doing so fair and equitably, that we're not benefiting one side of town or one group of people over the other. But it's something I have my eye laser focused on for the next few elections, because typically there's a fall off in terms of turnout. And I hope that's not the case, but typically there is. And so those things become much more important.
Jonathan, one of the other things that has been very concerning to me regarding the election process is the inexperienced poll workers. This used to be something that fell to the responsibility of the Democratic or Republican committeemen in relation to getting those polling places opened and making sure that they were manned and making sure that process was fluid and on time. I've noticed that as political organizations have gone by the wayside, we've had a challenge in some places opening up the polling locations. So let me ask this question very quickly. What I want to know is, do we need to do something to double down on how we recruit people to work those polling places and reestablish it as a tradition?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that commitment to civic service is something we need to reignite in our community. Typically, it was a lot of seniors and elders, and obviously because of COVID, a lot of them have pulled out. We did see, though, a big influx of a lot of young people that were looking to come participate in the polls this year. So, we're excited about that. And so my hope is that as years go by, experience is built and tradition is built. What I will say is in this particular election, this is the second election we had with new voting equipment, and training had to be done online. So that caused some hiccups because people could not actually touch the equipment as they were being trained. They have to learn it through the Zoom call or what have you. I expect a lot of those instances and that experience to go down the next election, and we'll see a lot more fluidity when it comes to setting up those things. But I think you're right, Mays. I mean, this commitment to service in the political process is something that our community needs to really talk about a lot more, and we need to make that a fabric of generations to come.
Hey. Ruthie Moore has a question, and you know what? I know you got a lot to do tonight, so we're gonna get you off of here quickly. But I think it's important that our community know you and know that you are our representative down at the Board of Elections. So I think it's very important to know that when you are having challenges, when we are trying to get this thing together, that our guy at the Board of Elections is not only the proprietor of Kim Bark Beverage Shop, but he is also our guy at the Board of Elections. So, Ruthie, I'm going to throw it to you, and then we're going to wrap this up with Jonathan.
All right, so this is a really random question, but every year I look forward to my sticker or my bracelet that says I voted. I'm just curious, who designs that every year, and who decides if it is a sticker or a bracelet?
Well, I think typically outside of the pandemic, it's going to be a bracelet because we think that's just a more unique way of doing things. Plus, we heard from custodians of polling places that people were sticking the stickers on random places, and it took a lot to get off. And that's why we switched to the to the festival bracelet, if you will. Right. I think we had to get away from that this go round, partly because of the pandemic. But I think we'll see that bracelet coming back, hopefully in 2022 or something like that. So
last question. Today, I went to go vote, and they handed me a Sharpie. As I was voting with my Sharpie, I used to have the pencil or the pen that allowed me to connect the arrow. This was more like a Scantron test. But the thing I noticed was that my circle was bleeding through to the other side. And you know what I said to myself? I said to myself, Donald Trump is going to use this as an excuse to be able to say that these ballots were tainted. What was the deal with the Sharpies today, and is this going to be an issue?
So we're going to investigate the issue. We used the same Sharpies and the same paper for the ballots in the primary, and we had no issues with it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Can I tell you? Because I used the very thin tip Sharpie the last time that allows you to scratch across. Today it was the medium point wide Sharpie that everybody knows that bleeds through everything. So I'm going to tell you it was different without a doubt.
So you helped us with our investigation. That's the next question I'm going to ask as soon as I leave the room. But having said that, the more important thing, though, irrespective of what pen was used, that there's no concern about the bleed over marking something else on the other side because the voting targets are not aligned. So if it bled through on one side, it would not mark a ballot on the other side. And so that's one of the controls we put in with the ballot in case something was to explode or a pin was to explode or for whatever reason something like this would happen. There's no need or no concern about that bleeding over marking another ballot.
All right. Hey, y'all, that is Jonathan Swain. He is our commissioner. Let me tell you, he is our commissioner at the Board of Elections. And so if you got a challenge, you got a question, have no doubt he will be the person that we are going to be referring you to get the answers. And Jonathan is always lickety split in the community. I got to do the shameless plug, though. Let me just do the shameless plug. Shout out to Jonathan Swain also for being one of the very first advertisers at What's in It for the Black People Media. In case you do not tune in on Friday, if you come in on if you tune in on Fridays, then you know that if you go to Kimbark Beverage Shop, you look for the red, black, and green flags and buy everything off the shelf. Let me tell you, Jonathan, we appreciate you and your family and everything that you all have done and continue to do in our community. Your service is unquestioned, and we appreciate you, my brother.
And Maze, I appreciate that. Let me just say one other thing, and why I appreciate the work that you're doing here. I know you gave condolences on me losing my father a couple weeks ago, which I appreciate. I appreciate what you're doing in media here because my father was a pioneer in media. He put together the first group of all African Americans to buy a television station back in the 1970s. And so I think about the things that he was doing, trying to break through barriers with Black folks in TV, and how you're doing it in the digital space. And I applaud you for what you're doing, and I want to support you any way we can.
Hey, well, look, we got a radio station we're trying to buy, so follow that tradition. Look, hey, y'all, this is the Election Night 2020 special right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. That has been our representative down at the Board of Elections. Jonathan, tell people how they can find you at the Board of Elections if they got a challenge. The website.
Yeah, ChicagoElections.gov is the best way to get a hold of us. There's information down there, and my email is jswain, JSWAIN at ChicagoElections.gov. Feel free to email me anytime.
All right, that is our guy, Jonathan Swain. Look, y'all, we will be back right after these messages. It's Election Night 2020. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP. Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information. Or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing Black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing Black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Why? Because someone told a great guy, no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released, what I tell myself about no, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection, and your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm gonna create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the black people is the truth. Not always that you want to hear, it's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access, and who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. Mm-hmm. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
You are tuned into Election Night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people. Look, y'all, we just got off the phone with Jonathan Swain. He is our representative down at the Board of Elections. So you all, while we were gone, while we've been off, are you seeing anything? Has anything caught your eye? Have we seen any other races called? We know that the race for U.S. Senate has been called already. There seems to be some, the race for president in the state of Illinois has been called already for Joe Biden as well. Lauren Underwood, currently in the U.S. House District 14. I called that a race to watch just to see if white people were going to white. She is currently winning 54 to 45. I don't know if there's an opportunity for him to come back and close that. Dick Durbin has won. Willie Wilson is only at 2.4% of the votes. Ruthie, you have hope still?
We almost halfway there.
You know what? You're halfway there with what percentage of the... Ooh, yikes. Uh-oh. Looks like he might not get the 5 that he needs to get, Wow, okay. So, Willie Wilson, 12,620 votes. I wonder what the cost per vote will be. Ooh, that'll be interesting to see. All right, what other big races? We are waiting on results for the Kim Foxx race. If you are watching the presidential race, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama have been called for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, as well as Florida. North Carolina, Joe Biden North Carolina has apparently been called for Joe Biden already. No, excuse me. Virginia has been called. Joe Biden is leading Trump by 5 points in North Carolina. That will be interesting to see how that race turns out. Joe Biden is leading by 9 points in Ohio. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing works. Right now, we've got 72 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 85 for Joe Biden. So it'll be interesting to see. And we have not had any West Coast races come in. Now, and for the don't forget, we also have the Kim Foxx race. Don't forget, there is still a race for the clerk of the circuit court, where Dorothy Brown has stepped away. It will be Iris Martinez, who looks to be the Democratic runaway in that space.
Right.
Kim, don't forget, we also got the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District race. You know, that's a race that's kind of personal to me because I'm married to the president. What? Married to the president of the MWRD. So we are looking to see Kimberly Neely Dubuclay and Eric Coriel Sepulveda see them put some numbers up. You know, I don't necessarily know about the Black and Brown Coalition, but I do look forward to that. I do think that if there are people that are going to be about it, I think it's them.
What do you think about some of these initiatives on the ballot, Maze?
I think the fair tax is going to lose. The scare tax, I'm thinking that the scare tax is going to lose. What I am going to be interested to see is, will Mike Madigan be able to unseat any of his the Republicans? Will he increase his power in the in Springfield in spite of everything that's going on?
I don't even think it matters really at this point. He's got so many. What do they got? Like 74 Democrats?
Right. But does it also? I guess my question there though is, what does it mean for the vote for state rep? I mean, for Speaker of the House. I think if he pulls this out, I think it's pretty much a done deal for everyone else. But it looks like the Republicans seem to be holding. Harry Benton, Mark Batnick looks like he's losing to Harry Benton. So it'll be interesting to see. This will be very, very interesting to see how many seats Speaker Madigan increases his power by. Now, coming up, y'all, at 8 o'clock, we expect that we'll start to get some more returns in. So we'll be giving you an update there. But also, don't forget, we'll be talking to Republican Turncoat. I keep looking at those. I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't imagine because I have lived through it. All of your friends turning on you and watching while Joe Walsh ran for president against Donald Trump as a Republican, as the founder of the Tea Party. I'm going to tell you, he made Donald Trump possible, in my estimation. And to only find out what it was that it turned on him, it's going to be interesting to have that conversation. We talked to him this morning. Some of you all still have not forgiven Joe, even though he has repented time and time and time again.
Yeah, well, people have a hard time forgiving people. But, it's when you go into the dark side, you can't go halfway. I mean, you're either Luke Skywalker or you're Darth Vader. You can't be both.
He must have heard us. He said he got caught up on some other interviews, so he'll try to come back. He's got to come later. He's probably doing CNN. Everybody's looking for him right now. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing goes tonight. If Donald Trump wins, do you think there'll be people that will slit their throats? Their wrists? Not their throats, their wrists. Will there be people jumping out of windows?
Almost. I mean, I told you last election, Claire had a couple of teachers. They cried the whole school day. They kept on apologizing. I'm sorry. The students, but they couldn't stop crying.
Oh my goodness! All right, y'all. We also got to watch what is going to be going on in this Kim Foxx race. I am interested to see how this thing is going to work out. Yeah. Look, y'all. We got a couple things going on. So here's what we'll do. We're going to get ready to take another quick break. We're gonna reload. We're gonna try and get some election results, and then after we get some results, we're gonna come back to you and talk to you about what is going on. Let me see. Todd, Ruthie, y'all got anything y'all want to tell the peoples before we get up out of here for this quick break?
We see the comments about this Bobby Rush race, and we are on it.
All right, we will keep watching. It is the Maze Jackson Show. It is Election Night 2020. Election Night 2020. And we are giving you all the coverage. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP. Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
I was going to ask you, so growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block, you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
So they put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy, my dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and then
Black.
he's like, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
You like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence, so they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his hand over the fence.
You're gonna die, clown!
Grabbed dude by the neck. Run. And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like, finish him. Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard.
Well, what was the power of the Bible? Most motherfuckers couldn't read. So the Bible legitimately changed the world because motherfuckers began to learn to read. And once I can learn to read, wait a minute, I can question some of this bullshit you talking
What school
about.
you go to though?
It don't matter.
A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
No, I went to Dunbar.
Yes!
That sounds Dunbar. Oh, it's good. People disrespect the city schools. This Chicago. And I'm a motherfucking genius.
And that's on period.
Shout out to the mighty man. No, I'm just playing. But seriously though, think about it though, right? The Bible legitimately changed the world, right?
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard live on What's in It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
WIIFTBP.
You are tuned in to Election Night 2020. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger, Miss Ruthie Moore. We got the whole gang in the building. Sonia Escobar is here on the production. Shout out to Herb Howard, who is directing. Coming in here telling us we got to get a little bit more edgy. You know it. You know that's you. Imagine you can imagine. I said what I said, trying to come coach us on the show. Right?
They said we got to be more provocative.
Provocative. It gets the people going. Well, we got to get some more. We got to get some more results in. As soon as we get some more results in, we are now. We're starting to see some numbers roll in from the county. Right now, we see Kim Fox has with only 5% of the vote. She is up 59-9 to Patrick O'Brien's 32-2. Brian Dennehy, the Libertarians, got 6% of the vote as well. Iris Martinez has opened up almost a 20-point spread on Barbara Beller. Kimberly Neely Dubuclay is in the lead vote getter. for MWRD, and Erica Sepulveda is in the top 3. We still have not seen what's going on in the judges. Now, you know the race I'm going to be watching is the Michael Tooman race in the judges.
Ooh.
The Michael Tooman race is the race where we're going to find out if the Democratic Party can really put their foot in someone's butt. Right? Because Michael Tooman, in case you did not know, Michael Tooman was the judge that basically kicked off the Kim Fox special investigation. And the Democrats gave him a nice little bit of payback.
A shellacking.
Well, we'll see if it's a shellacking. We'll find out if it's a shellacking only after, if he gets retained. Now, I was talking to somebody who represented all of the retention judges, and she was saying that she thinks he might be able to pull it out. They did a lot of work, but I'm going to say that what I am also recognizing is that the Democratic Party is now engaging mercenaries.
Ooh.
Or outside organizations to do the dirty work. Judicial Accountability PAC has been the hitman for this job. Now, they were the ones who led the charge against Michael Coughlin. Remember, that was the first one that got unseated?
Right.
They led that charge. And so in leading that charge, Todd, it was,
Yeah, you know, I don't know a lot about him, Tooman, but I do know that people say it's not just about Kim Fox. It's about his behavior as he's been in his on the bench. But now, you know, people are actually just starting to become organized about things like judges.
You know, I thought of something interesting that Mays brought up when they first tried to, you know, go against him was that this man been in there for a long time. So why now are his practices related to juvenile justice unfair and out of touch?
I don't care if you were bad 50 years ago and you were bad yesterday. You got to go. What do I care?
Go.
I mean, what do I care about that?
You know what, Todd? You are very practical sometimes when it comes to how you deal with some of these things.
When it comes to people and people's lives, I'm practical. When it comes to, I don't like that guy, so I want to get them out. I don't want to see them win. No, I don't like him. I don't care if he's doing a job. If I don't like him, I might vote against him. But but if he's doing his job, I'm not going to be like, the Democrats are against him, so then I'm going to be with him. No, I don't care about that. If he's a bum, he's a bum.
All right, Todd. So did they try to get him out because of the Kim Fox thing or because of his record on juvenile cases?
They don't care about Kim Fox that much.
Which one? So you think it's really about his juvenile record?
Let me finish. They don't care about Kim Fox that much. It's bigger than that. This outside group is obviously, they have their own bones to pick with judicial candidates. And the party helps them do what they want when the party feels that, hey, this will help both of us.
Got it.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you, I'm ready for this thing to be over. I'm ready for this Kim Fox race to be done, and I'm really ready for the presidential race to be done because it's just getting crazy. Now, we're starting to see more votes come in, so I'm going to be trying to give you some updates as it relates to that as we continue to go on. What are we seeing with Willie Wilson? Ruthie Moore, has Willie Wilson, how is he? I mean, the votes are coming in, but I'm guessing, have we figured out how far Willie Wilson is? How close is he?
All right, 2.65%.
2.65%.
So over halfway to 5.
Okay, so with 2% of the vote in, the graduated income tax, the scare tax, is actually losing right now. But it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
54 to 45 fair tax.
54 to 45, but that is with only 2% of the votes turned in. Okay, so it's going to be interesting to look. I'm looking at this Senate race. Willie Wilson, wait a minute. Holy, white people going white. Wait a
Why
minute.
you say that, Maze? What you see?
Because I'm looking at the white people, all the people Willie Wilson supported, even the white people, they gave the Republican 40. Wait a minute.
Mark Curran?
Yeah. How did he get 42% of the vote?
42.
He's a Republican.
0.19 actually.
You know, I like Willie Wilson, but Willie is
He is black.
He's right off the back he's black, and he has his hands in both camps, And you know what happens when you have your hands in both cans?
What happens?
Both sides try to chop your fingers off. So
they was like, we ain't finna let that Negro get.
But he got the FOP endorsement. Doesn't that mean anything to you white people?
No. Obviously, no.
That is so, man.
Put in the comments.
Huh? Well, I hope Willie Wilson gets his number. I really want Willie Wilson to get his 5% of the vote. I guess that 5% must be really tough. I guess
it's tough.
I guess I just did, especially in the presidential. Right? In the presidential.
Where there's so many votes.
Where there's so many votes that come out. It's just crazy to see.
Y'all know what Dr. Willie Wilson had on his side?
What?
COVID. Because normally you need 25,000 signatures.
Oh, he could have done that.
But because of COVID, all you needed was 2,500, and some of them could have been online.
So
I say all that to say that if you are interested in starting a political party in Illinois, you better use these COVID rules to your advantage.
Okay.
Willie Wilson could have taken his baptism money and or his first communion money and got that 25,000. He wasn't gonna have to worry no matter what.
All right,
He got money we don't understand.
I have got an electoral college update.
What you got, Mr. Jackson?
Joe Biden with 119 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 92. The race shows that Donald Trump is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin, Florida, and Georgia, although North Carolina, it looks like Joe Biden is closing in on a win, although Joe Biden only leads in North Carolina by 3 points. So it'll be interesting to see where those come with 78% of the vote counted. Now, it looks like Pennsylvania is leaning towards Joe Biden with 39, but it's only 9%, 10% of the vote counted. But he's up by 36 points. And Ohio seems to be leaning towards Joe Biden. Now, they do say that the way Ohio goes is the way the country goes.
Yes.
But we have not heard of Ohio in such a long time.
There was a point, and I don't know if it's still the same, that a Republican never won the presidential race, without winning Ohio.
Okay, so it's going to be interesting. I am interested to see how this thing is going to turn out. We also got to check out what's going on with the Kim Foxx race. Are we seeing what's going on? Right now, Kim Foxx with 5% of the vote is up 59-32. But that is only 5% of the votes. Now, I'm going to tell you, any minute now, we should start to see, Todd, this is the time when I remember being the guy, like we would be, we would have kind of had a sense of where we were going to be, at least in the ward by this point, because everybody would come running in with their tapes.
Right.
Ruthie, you don't even know what it's like to be a precinct captain.
What's a tape?
So back in the day, Todd, and Todd probably wasn't. Were you ever a precinct captain, Todd?
No, but I got tapes.
So basically, when you're a precinct
captain, I did just about
everything
everything a precinct captain did once in my life.
Okay, so a precinct captain, basically, you would wait. You go out, you try to get your votes, and you try to win. And then at the end of the night, they would print out a tape that laid out all of the votes and how many votes you got, etc. And all the precinct captains would run back, get 7 o'clock the polls would close. You'd be standing around till about 7:15 for the guy to close the poll. And if you had a professional person that could close the poll, then they would print out the tape. And they made 3 copies. One went to the precinct captain, one went to the Board of Elections, and one went to somewhere else that they put in the folder. And then you'd run back and say, and so while they were waiting for the totals to come in, all the precinct captains would be running in saying, I got this many, this many, this many, this many. And then the way it would work in the old days is the people in the top 10, they would win. They'd get like a prize or a gift or something along those lines. If you were at the bottom, you could probably figure out you were going to be getting a job transferred to somewhere you did not like, right? I will never forget, and this is way before, this is so I can tell a story, but Mr. White used to come in, and you would have to read off your numbers in front of everybody, and so all of the precinct captains would be around, and you'd be like, the races that he really cared about, you had to read your numbers out loud, and it'd be like, Maze Jackson, 300 votes for blah, 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 blah. And it would always be some judge he wanted you to get elected. And you'd be like, 300 votes for blah, blah, blah. And if you didn't get it, then it'd be the person that'd be like, I got 20 votes for it. He'd be like, yep, looks like your job's getting transferred to Springfield, buddy. You're going to be driving. You're going to have to drive to Springfield to go to work. Those are the good old days.
We weren't brutal like 27 was. You just handed the committeeman. They make a tape for the committeeman. So you just give the tape to the committeeman, and they start adding numbers. And then people from different camps, like Pat Quinn's office, would call and say, how did you guys do for Quinn? Because they want big votes out of your ward. They want to see how things are going.
Right, and they would call certain wards in, but you'd be like, if you had a big number for them, you'd be like, we got you this many votes, so we'll be coming to see you tomorrow for our job count.
What's the motivation for somebody to want to be a precinct captain in 2020?
There's the problem.
I don't think there is much. There's not much incentive except for, well, actually here there is. I think we have to re-examine how we organize precinct captains and how we organize political organizations. You got to start organizing them around people's interests, right? Like a dog park. Like they want something in the community and you organize them around issues. It used to be you would be a precinct captain because you knew you could go there and get a job and take care of your family, right? You did enough
For the
work.
most part.
For the most part, you volunteered, you got to work, you got in good with the organization, and the organization would put you on. They call somebody, they make some opportunity for you, and then you'd be kind of tied to the organization because of your job.
And you were a big shot in your precinct.
Yeah, you were big because you could, and what made you a big shot is you could get stuff done. Right? Like,
got it.
So, like, I always think about my guy always talks about his precinct. He had all the bars and nightclubs. So he was happy to be able to help all of them because then he could always, whenever he had the Young Democrat events, then he'd be like, look, we got the best bars and the best nightclubs and everybody want to do it in his ward. Like, that's how we won, too. We used to be like, when the 8th Ward was trying to beat us, I was like, why don't y'all come on down to our nightclub? And all the other people was like, and I was like, oh, y'all could go in VIP. And yeah, y'all could go up on the mat. And they was like, and what, man, they don't even got a Garrett's in the 8th Ward. We with Mace.
Now there's a Garrett's.
Yeah, that's true.
I know. We helped y'all get that.
But y'all. Well, actually, I don't think that's the 8th Ward, but either way.
That's 7th Ward, actually. That's crazy. 6th Ward. Oh, yes, Rods. Excuse me, Alderman Sawyer. All right, let me ask y'all a question. While y'all was out there today, was anybody working your precinct, your polling place? When you went, did somebody hand you something?
No.
Where is the game
I
gone?
early voted.
No.
Where has the game gone?
I saw a thing called curbside voting.
I never heard that.
Okay, y'all gonna be Donald Trump. All these little tricks y'all got, Donald Trump gonna put it on you.
Well, there's always been curbside voting, but it would be for people like with disabilities or really old. The judge would come out.
I remember.
I was gonna do it, but I was like, I don't know.
Remember the senior voting when they used to just pull the thing right up to your bed?
Yeah.
Like if you were in a nursing home, they had nursing home voting, and not to say that I know anybody who did this, but they would pull it right up to the bed of somebody and be like, "Here, let me help you." Here, you can put it right here. Can I tell you what else I saw today in my polling place?
What you see?
A brother who had never voted before had just came home from jail and came home to vote. But guess who he was voting for?
I don't care.
All right, y'all. It is election night 2020. We are going to take another break. We're going to try and get some election updates, and then we will be back right after these messages. And then don't forget, we got Kristen McQuarrie coming up, and we're going to be talking to the resident curmudgeon. That's right. Toussaint Werner is in the building. We'll be talking to him as well. We'll be back. It's election night 2020.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Chicago famous with Mike Love and Diz.
the destined legend himself, Leon Rogers.
Yeah.
What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patted my success.
You walked away from your day job and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room, and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there because of the passion. I wanted to do the comedy.
Yeah.
So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life.
Yes.
When I say he went off on me.
My son works.
When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. Realizing what God wants you to do.
Right.
My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. $65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like, me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands, knuckles, black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So, he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right. He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. Look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
What's in it for the black people? What's in it? What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. What's in it for the black people? What's in it? What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people, for the black people, for the black people, for the black people. What's in it for the black people? Let's hear it. What's in it for the black people? Don't fear it. What's in it for the black people? Let's hear it. What's in it for the black people? Don't fear it. For the black people, 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 for the black people. What's in it for the black people? You know it. What's in it for the black people? Let's show it. What's in it for the black people? You know it. What's in it for the black people? Let's show it. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people.
WIIFTBP.
You are listening to What's in It for the Black People Media. It is election night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people. All right, y'all, we have been waiting for results to come in. This presidential race, I don't know if it's going to be the dog walk that I thought was going to happen. I thought that Donald Trump was going to get, I actually thought that, so I'm still trying to figure out if white people going white. Looks like white people are whiting. Donald Trump is, it looks like we knew he was going to win South Carolina. Joe Biden does look to be closing, though, in North Carolina, which would then leave Joe Biden is also, he's leading in Ohio only by 3 points. Missouri with only 15%. Wait a minute. Oh, it's only 15% voted in. All right, Todd. Ruthie, what do you think is going to happen?
I think Biden's going to pull away.
Right now, black people and unions are propping Joe Biden up. According to what I'm hearing from my union buddies, white people are whiting.
Okay.
White people are whiting, but it is black and union voters are propping. The base of the party is what is holding Joe Biden. White folks are like, nah, we ain't rocking. We not rocking. This is from my inner circle top dog union homie. I can't tell you who it is.
What is labor's fight in all of this? Is it to preserve unions?
Well, labor's fight is that they think that, well, I don't know, because I feel like one of the things that I noticed is that white labor guys seem to be splitting on Trump. Like, you didn't see the big trade. I mean, those guys that are like building trades people, I see them being Trump voters quicker than I see them being Biden voters, especially with all of the war that's going up.
Yeah, because generally aren't labor unions kind of racist a little bit?
Todd? Depends on which ones you're talking about.
Okay.
Right. But the ones that are propping them up, right, are, so we know SEIU, teachers, nurses, all of those guys. But then when you start thinking about them, think about them construction workers that drive over here from Indiana. Them guys are not Joe Biden supporters.
No, they're racist, which is why they live in Indiana, to be honest with you.
And come take your jobs.
People don't like to hear that kind of talk. It's interesting how white people see the world and black people. I was at a OSM function. There was a young white lady. When I say young, she probably was in her 30-something. And she said she was from Detroit. I don't know how we got in the conversation.
Detroit!
And then she said something about, I can't remember. It was about politics. She must obviously know I'd been in politics. And she said how Coleman Young had kind of destroyed Detroit. And I was thinking, dang, she don't know nothing about Detroit. The only thing she knows is her parents left and they told her that the black people took over and destroyed it.
Well, it's funny that you say that because do you remember that time I saw Matt O'Shea? Did I tell you about that time that Matt O'Shea sent a letter to one half when he was trying to get Ron reelected? One half of the community, he sent a letter and said, we cannot let our city go. And then the other side, he said, we have to reelect Ron because we cannot turn into Detroit.
Which side were you living on at that time?
I was still living downtown.
Oh.
I wasn't living downtown, but I was living in the village.
That's when you
Joe
were living
Biden's increased his electoral college to 122.
You know what's really in Texas is like neck and neck, and they have 72% in.
Yeah, that's cool. And Joe Biden is leading by 1%. So it's going to be interesting to see this is where it comes in. You got to see where these votes are coming from. So one of the things that you all have to understand as you're looking at these votes is where are the votes coming from? So oftentimes what we got to be looking at is what is happening in urban centers, right? What is happening in urban centers? Because a lot of these votes, and what we also got to remember is a lot of these numbers do not include early vote totals.
You're right.
Right? They do not include early vote totals. And do you think that early vote totals, Todd, means that that early vote totals means that that they all go to Joe Biden, do you think?
No, I don't think they all, but if you listen to the pundits, they say that the Democrats early voted at greater numbers than the Republicans.
100% agree. All right, y'all. So what does it mean tonight? If Donald Trump does not win tonight, what does it mean?
Logistically speaking, if you early vote, shouldn't we already have these numbers ready to go?
No, because why would you? If I wouldn't do that, because if I was the person that early voted, then then you got to look at them.
So what is the So what
Some
was
people
the
do, some people
purpose?
don't.
Like, what was the Democratic purpose of early voting? Like, like before it turned into probably like a strategy. Like, what was the purpose? Was it just to alleviate the strain of everybody voting at one time?
No, I think it was to bank those votes in case there was a October surprise.
Okay.
Right? But bank the votes. Look, here's
No,
the
I
thing.
don't agree. I think that people, they just figure that if you give people a greater opportunity to vote, they will.
Okay, I can agree with that. All right, y'all, I'm getting nervous. Willie Wilson is slipping down the ranks.
Uh-oh.
He is now at 2.95% turnout. 2.95%. Oh, labor. So Donald Trump wants national right to work. That is why labor. That is why labor is against it.
Oh, okay.
Which means that I'm going to probably lose a couple bets tonight.
That makes him runner.
You know, it's funny, when I first joined a union, of course I really didn't understand.
Which union were you in?
Teamsters Local 700.
What you was doing? Oh, when you was
I
at
was
the
actually,
county?
I was a union steward, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I first joined the union,
Why do I believe that?
But check this out. When I first joined, you kind of don't really get a choice, but you get a choice, but you don't really get a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know, so I raised my hand. And I was like, is this optional? And the look that the guy gave me was enough.
Oh, yeah.
I was just like, oh, okay, so this is not really optional. And then I learned about right to work, and that even if you don't pay dues, you still get representation.
You do.
So some people are like, why should I pay into this if you still got to represent me? But I will say, though, if you are a non-dues paying member and you need representation, you ain't finna get good representation.
Because
they know.
Gonna do? How they know?
Oh, you know.
They know.
Oh, you
They
know.
like, oh, he ain't pay.
You know.
All right. Well, look. Speaking of, we are waiting for Kristen McQuarrie from the Chicago Tribune to join us. So in the meantime, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, then we're going to talk to her, and then the resident curmudgeon, Toussaint Werner, will be sitting in the studio with us, giving us his take on the culture, especially what will happen in the event that Donald Trump loses. What will happen in the streets? It's the Maze Jackson team with Todd and Ruthie, Herb and Sonia, and we got a whole house full of. Well, we don't really have a whole house full. The What's in It for the Black People family is outside. Shout out to
Lisa.
Shout out to Divine Treats, boy. Yum. What is that? Turkey lasagna?
They said no swine. Lips that touch swine will not touch mine.
That's what they mouth say. It's the Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Protected by Women is going both ways. Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Oh, it's going both ways. When do you all stand up and say we are not about to sit here and let you tarnish the reputation of our brother, right? Whether he did good or not, let's be honest. Maybe we didn't reach out to Superintendent Johnson. Maybe we didn't attend the CAPS meetings. Maybe there were some things we could have done in the policing to be better. We don't want to make that admission, but we are not about to let you tarnish the reputation of a man simply because you did what some of us do. We fuck and then we go.
Ellie?
You came or you didn't. Apparently, Johnson was good because you wanted the Oscar Mayer wiener. You were trying to get bars sucking on stars. I'm just saying, lady, you did what you wanted to do and you did it well. For 3 fucking years, who gets raped for that long? And you carry a gun every day. You see women who catch their spouses cheating and kill them right then and there. You have the power.
I know, put that on too.
Under 720 ILCS 5 section 7-1, in defense of yourself, you are authorized to use deadly force to stop a forcible felony. But it's hard to stop a forcible felony when you're sucking on it under a melody. I'm just saying, stop with the bullshit. Yeah. I'm not going. Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Joining Chicago famous Tony Scott, was there still that pushback against comedians becoming radio personalities, or was it accepted around that time?
In Chicago, we was used to having some fun on the radio in the morning, so make you laugh. I'm here to fucking amuse you. I remember one time I was at a Bulls game, and I'm at the little concession stand. This dude in front of me, this little OG dude, turned around like, yeah, you that dude that replaced Dale. We don't like that shit. I'm just saying, word.
Why are you here?
I'm like, I'm just trying to buy a hot dog, sir. I'm just trying to buy a hot dog. And then what make it so bad, when Sam left and I got the job, I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, I'm getting ready to do afternoons. She's like, oh, yeah, baby, yeah. I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, I'm replacing Sam. So she's like, hold on. Wait, you replacing Sam Silk? Where's Sam going? I'm like, my mama was upset.
Right, your mama.
Right. I'm like, Mama, did you just hear that let me replace Sam Silk? And she was like, okay. Where's Sam going? But yeah, I think that was the point where I really realized that, I had a chance of actually making a career.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
WIIFTBP.
You are watching the Election Night 2020 coverage right here on What's in It for the Black People Media. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger, Miss Ruthie Moore, Sonia Escobar, Herb Howard, EPing the whole event. Shout out to the whole entire team. Dawn Millhouse for our production. Lisa E for securing the catering, Divine Treats for the good food. Hey, y'all, it is Election Night 2020. This is What's in It for the Black People Media's very first election night. And on the live line, we have tried to provide you a powerhouse lineup. Next up, we have got, she is the editor of the Chicago Tribune, one of my favorite writers, but boy, does she know how to ruffle some feathers. It is Kristen McQuarrie from the Chicago Tribune. Kristen, how are you today?
I'm great. Can you hear me, Maze?
We can hear you good. We can hear you very good.
Great.
Okay, so talk to me, Kristen. What is going on with election today? What are the races to watch from your standpoint?
So there are a couple that you and your listeners probably got lots of flyers on, saw tons of ads on, and that is the graduated income tax amendment that was at the top of the ballot. It looks like so far the results from Chicago and suburban Cook County are coming in, and it's not strong for that amendment. So that tells me that people in the battle of the billionaires between the governor sinking more than $50 million into trying to pass that amendment and Ken Griffin and other wealthy people dumping in and another million to try to sink it. It looks like voters don't trust Springfield, and they are at this point, there are not a ton of results in, but at this point they are not willing to send more money down to Springfield, and they don't trust that the income tax will only tax the rich. So I've been following that. I've also been following just members of Congress and a lot of our congressional races. It shows once again, Illinois voters, we love to complain about government and Congress, and then we love to send our incumbents right back. So our incumbents, for the most part, throughout the South and West sides and throughout Illinois are doing pretty well. And Dick Durbin is already the declared winner in the U.S. Senate race, even though he didn't really break so far 50% of the vote.
Oh, really?
The Republican running, he didn't. There's not a whole lot. There aren't a whole lot of returns in. But as you know, Willie Wilson was on the ballot. There was a Green Party, a Libertarian candidate, and a Republican. So they all chipped away a little bit at what Durbin normally would get. But he still is already the declared winner. That surprised me a little bit. Willie Wilson, again, not a lot of returns in, but he's only getting about 2 to 3% of the vote so far. And I would have thought by now in Chicago and suburban Cook County, his name recognition would have boosted those numbers for him a little bit. So those are just a couple of the races that I'm watching so far. I have been following the Illinois House, where we're wondering whether or not Speaker Madigan will maintain his super majority, and it appears that he will. So that also shows us that Illinois voters don't really care about all this corruption stuff that you and I talk about all the time. They are still willing to keep him in power.
Kristen, so I gotta ask you because, we tend to agree on quite a few things regarding the lack of trust that we have for the local government. But I am going to say that you guys caught me a bit off guard when I found out that the Chicago Tribune endorsed Pat O'Brien, knowing that we had been the wrongful conviction capital of the world. Talk to me about what drove you all to endorse Pat O'Brien, and do you think he has a chance of still winning tonight?
So Kim Foxx is way ahead in the numbers so far. Now, again, only about 17% of precincts are reporting, but I would expect that it would be a huge upset if he were to win. Part of that is she still has this amazing staying power despite a couple of scandals. And Pat O'Brien ran as a Republican, and it's very hard when you have an R next to your name to win.
Let me pause you right now, Kristen.
County. Mm-hmm.
Let me pause you right now because I'm looking at some returns right now. And in the Cook County State's Attorney's race with 31% of the vote in, Pat O'Brien leads with 906,000 votes to Kim Foxx's 833. So he's got a 48.6 to 44.9 lead with 31% of the votes. Brian Dennehy, the Libertarian candidate, pulling up 28,191 votes. Let me ask you, so I think this race is going to be a bit closer than people anticipated because Kim did not run away with the Democratic vote. I would say that almost 48% of Democrats voted against her in her reelection bid. I did not see very much campaign, and now I am concerned that white voters throughout the county, particularly in places like Beverly, in places like on the Southwest side where we saw Speaker Madigan and those Southwest side Irish guys did not carry her on the pawn card. What would that say if Kim Foxx did not win?
I mean, so I'm not sure. I'm looking at these numbers too, and you're right. O'Brien is up by a couple of percentage points, but I don't know if these are Chicago precincts that are coming in yet, or if it's just suburban Cook County. I would think it says that people were willing to give her a chance at criminal justice reform, and she's very strong in that regard. But there's only so much that voters are willing in terms of balancing that against what they see as public safety. So if she wasn't able to get her message out that she is not part of the problem with too much, release of violent offenders on electronic monitoring. And again, she was getting hit by all sides on that. The mayor was at one point complaining about it. The superintendent of police was complaining about it. Even Tim Evans, the chief judge, at one point was questioning the people who were able to walk out of the courthouse without being held, who had multiple offenses. She has competing data, but if she wasn't able to get that message out, and I do think so to your initial question about our endorsement of Pat O'Brien, we asked him a lot of questions about criminal justice reform. There's no question that it is needed in Cook County, but you have to be able to do both. You have to be able to have the public's confidence that you're going to keep people safe and also do what's right by criminal justice reform, meaning not setting bonds that are too high, making sure that people low-level offenses are not behind bars, that people who can't afford bond are not stuck in jail when they have not been convicted of a crime. So I think he, at least in our interview with him, struck the right balance. And I think between that, the looting downtown, and the Jussie Smollett case, it's a lot for any public official to be able to absorb all of that criticism.
I was just thinking, so that I think that makes sense on one part of town, Kristen, and I really do feel like this Kim Foxx race is the exacerbation of our Tale of Two Cities. We had the Rossetti Four on our show last Friday, and they broke down their story in the role that Pat O'Brien played in it, and it was just devastating to hear people locked up for 14 years and the state's attorney willingly pushed away from that. Did you all, because I saw you all ran the story, did you ever have a chance to address that issue specifically with him?
We did. In fact, a member of part of the group who questioned him was Eric Zorn, who's a columnist at the Tribune, and really did a super deep dive on that. And it's absolutely a terrible mark on his record. He would tell you that there was not technology then to exonerate people, but that after that case happened, he's very much in favor and has plans in place to try to speed up DNA testing and to make sure that that sort of testing is more available. We are talking about a case that was very old. That doesn't mean he didn't make mistakes. I think he sort of acknowledged that, but he also blamed it on the lack of technology.
Okay, well, it's interesting. We got a copy of that report, and it said O-type was the secretor, but we're going to let that be. Kristen, what else? What do you think? Talk to me about this president's race. Man, I am so ready for this thing to be over because it just seems like if you pick a side, either side, you're getting hammered. Who is going to win this thing tonight in your estimation? And do you expect uprisings?
I really don't think we're going to know tonight because I think it's going to come down to a few counties, perhaps in Pennsylvania. So I think this could drag out for a few more days. I mean, I started out the morning really just all of the voter turnout, the enthusiasm for Joe Biden. I would have guessed that he would have. I still think that he will win, and he will win with probably 52 to 53% of the popular vote, because you have to remember last time around, of course, there was a libertarian on the ballot. And I think there was even, there's less enthusiasm now for third party candidates if it allows someone to slide into office that people generally don't like. So I just think that Joe Biden will end up winning because I think the the exhaustion of having Trump in the White House is just not going to be, it's going to overcome a lot of what we would have considered to be swing voters. But again, I'm looking at these states, and Florida, Miami-Dade County, a lot of Hispanic voters swinging for Trump, which I think would, that's a little bit of a surprise. North Carolina is looking good for Trump, and it's probably going to come down to some electoral college votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I am going to tell you, this thing looks crazy. Kristen, talk to me about what your readers have said in relation to this election. I think on the black side of town, we often tend to think of the George Floyd, and we call them uprisings. You called it looting. Talk to me about the contrast in opinions about what has happened and what is on the ballot for particularly those guys that are maybe on the Southwest side, those people that are on the Southwest side. And I also, not my last question, but where do white women sit in this? Particularly, we've heard so much about white women in the suburbs being fed up, but it seems like in some cases they're sticking by their man. Right now, what I'm seeing is that the base, black folks and labor, are really the only thing that is holding Joe Biden up.
I would say, I'm not sure I would agree with that. And I'm not sure that I am I don't like to answer questions about, white women. I don't really represent like the typical soccer mom. I mean, I am more conservative, and I represent a page at the Chicago Tribune that is more conservative. But I think in terms of the uprisings, there was a great deal of support for protest. I mean, there was no excusing what happened with George Floyd and the subsequent protests and everything that happened downtown and throughout your neighborhood, my neighborhood, was understandable until it got to a point where, I mean, what was your answer to the destruction of Black businesses? And some of them still near me on the South Side, where these people were just getting back on their feet, and now there's a fear that perhaps they will be looted again. And there are still dollar stores and a couple others, commercial strips along 95th Street near me that are burned out still, that still haven't recovered. So I don't know that there was much of an excuse for that type of behavior. And I think you saw that's why the mayor, the police department, the state's attorney's office, even if you follow them daily now, they are prosecuting a lot of those looters. They spent a lot of resources watching tape. And I'm not sure yet to be seen whether the sentences or the whatever those people are charged with is fair. But I think that was the line that was drawn. Protests, yes. You need to send a message, absolutely. But total destruction as it came into Black neighborhoods didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, Kristen, do you guys got any questions? Ruthie?
Yes. Are there any races that you are excited about?
Wow.
That was funny.
That is such a good question.
No pressure.
I'm excited about. No, the editorial page has been very clear that we do not like the tax amendment. I can't say that I will be disappointed if that goes down in flames. I just don't trust Springfield. I don't think that sending $3 billion more dollars, no matter who's being taxed, and unlocking that flat tax in our Constitution is a good idea. So if that goes down, I will be a little bit relieved. I'm a little torn too that corruption isn't a bigger deal, that we pay a big price for that. We don't trust our government because of all these stories that we hear and the insider deals and people making money off of things like our electricity bills. And then it kind of doesn't matter to voters at the end of the day. I think I'm answering your question in the wrong way. I'm telling you like what's upsetting to me, not what's exciting to me. But no, I mean, the presidential race, of course, it always sucks the oxygen out of the room. And it would be nice in a few days to wake up and have a new face in the White House and kind of shed this chaos that we've had for 4 years. That would be nice.
Okay. Awesome. And you know what, Kristen, I appreciate you. And you know what, I'm going to tell you guys, Kristen and I did not start out on a good foot. She actually is one of my most popular. She was actually one of my most popular commentaries. But after, like I've said all the time, what we like to do is make sure that we have relationships and we have the opportunity to talk to people and get various points of view without yelling and screaming at each other. And so, Kristen, I appreciate you always being there to answer the call and to come and give your perspective and not being scared to come to our platform and do it like so many people are.
Oh, Maze, I love your show. I listen to you. I think you're such an important voice in Chicago. And anytime it's an honor to talk to you.
Hey, that is an honor to talk to the editor of the Chicago Tribune. It is Miss Kristen McQuarrie. Kristen, we appreciate you, and we'll talk to you next time. All right, y'all. It is check this out.
What?
Do y'all realize that actually Donald Trump is winning the popular vote?
That's all right.
No, I mean, I got you. No, but you know.
Go, Maze.
No, you know what that makes me wonder, though?
What?
That makes me wonder where all of that voter enthusiasm, like, is any of that? I want to know what came in them mailbags. Like, I feel like white people are whiting right now when I'm looking at this map. Right? Like, white folks are whiting right now as we look at this map. And look, Joe Biden's got 131 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 92. Now, I'm going to tell you now, if Donald Trump gets the popular vote, he going to throw out the dang on electoral college. He going to try and get it either way.
No, white people. Y'all cannot get rid of the electoral college without giving black people reparations.
Okay, tell them to. Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. So, with 31% of the vote, the race is tightening up for Kim Foxx. 47.3. Patrick O'Brien leads to 46.2, with the Libertarian getting 30,000 votes. This is only 1/3 of the votes counted, so we'll be watching that. Willie Wilson, are we seeing anything with Willie yet? Has he climbed over the 4% threshold? Come on, Willie. You can do it. Come on, Dr. Wilson. We are really pulling for you.
We are almost at 4, 3.24.
Okay, guys. This Lauren Underwood, Jim Oberweis race is tightening up. But it's only 11% of the vote, but it is 51-48. So that's something to be paying attention to over the course of the night. Look, y'all, Dick Durbin, while he won, this Mark Curran has got 44% of the vote. Bobby Rush is winning. Clerk of the Circuit Court, Iris Martinez is up. Patrick O'Brien, it seems like his lead is slipping. In the race for MWRD, Kimberly Neely Dubuclet is in the lead. Era Sepulveda is in the top 3. All right, y'all, it's time for us to take a quick break, and we will return after these messages. This is Election Night 2020. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to hold
genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. Special thanks to Love McPherson.
And when you talk about object sex, you and objectifying that woman, you glorify pieces of her. And let me tell you something. If you think that doesn't matter, it does. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. I looked at a video and I was looking at these young boys, these teenagers, and they were like, do you like black women or white women? I like white women. I like white women. And first I felt some kind of way. Then you know what happened to me? I started listening to them and they said, why did you like the white women? Because they'll do anything for you. Yeah, the white hoes. Bitch, you is a hoe. Bitch, you is a hoe. And I thought pornography has elevated what the white woman will do for you, the objectifying of her. And this is why we don't realize, even in our spaces, the black man is shut down because he doesn't know the power of his seed like the white man knows the power of his seed. Oh, look. Just like milk. He doesn't realize that you sit up there coming into my neighborhood, objectifying my white women because you say they do it better than your women is a problem. They don't do it to them, but they won't bring that out, and they will not allow you to do that to their women.
I said what I said. Herb 2, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Maze Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like May said. Remy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. I be done had a heart.
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
Yeah. All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah.
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work. Right.
You're cool.
I'm out. How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
The birthday line is, easily, or the birthday bash, whatever you want to call it.
Our hit record.
That's our hit record.
That's our hit record.
That's our one. That's my girl.
That's My Girl by the Temptations.
Like,
no matter where we go, we gotta do that.
Ready to go down? Yes, we are. Come on, who's this on that birthday line?
It's Mandy and Mimi.
And how old are you on this day?
I'm 13.
Go ahead. It's your birthday. Go ahead.
Definitely let out twins.
Where y'all from? Where y'all from?
Ida B.
Bad boy, gotta say about
Ida B.
From WGCI. That's 3 down.
Old projects.
Still on the show called It's Your Birthday. Go. Question.
Hey, she doing the question.
No more to go. With the show called It's Your Birthday.
Hey, let that play.
It took, man.
I'm tired just listening to that.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
listening to Election Night 2020. You are actually watching Election Night 2020. What's in it for the Black People Media? I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Ruthie Moore, in the building. And the resident curmudgeon.
Not one, but two.
Two. The resident curmudgeon of What's in it for the Black People Media. Toussaint Werner. You can catch him Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 1 to 3 on IzWiz.
Let's say I said what I said. I don't like that IzWiz. Let's
IzWiz,
give proper
it's like
credit
cheese.
around here. You know
I was
what
gonna say it, cheese
proper
whiz.
credit around here.
Yo,
Well, you
proper.
said
See,
it, so I'm gonna say it.
I said what I said.
Mr. Toussaint, I have been waiting for this moment. Why you put your feet on May's table that day?
First of all, I had on Air Jordan 1s.
The fudge does that mean?
Let's be clear about that.
What
the
air?
table caught a blessing
I
that
think
day.
I still have the video. I may pull the video.
table
and say,
caught a blessing
roll the
that
tape.
day. Bless this table.
Oh, Lord. Ruthie was like, oh, yeah? Here you go. I was like, Sonya was trying to cover for you. Ruthie was like, hold on, right here.
They've been telling me I'm a snitch, calling me a rat.
Ruthie know who to snitch. You're not a snitch.
Hey, be clear. Me and her are outlaws. We okay there about the law?
So, speaking of outlaws, man, I'm going to tell you, I watch, not really because I want to, because I'm forced to, but I watch. I said what I said.
God, he's a hater.
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I'm going to tell you this show that you had last week where you were showing all those videos of the Trump people and how they were acting out. I thought it was important today because I'm looking at this map and I've been saying white people gone white. And as I am looking and as this map starts to unfold, it appears that white people are whiting.
Yeah.
Like I heard these. First of all, I heard all these people. If you told me that Biden was in Georgia, Alabama, or Florida, I would have told you, fool. You need to spend all your time in Wisconsin, which is now moving. Donald Trump is leading by 4. They are now pushing Philadelphia into the red. Ohio is look, he has got the Rust Belt. Seems like he's got it. 2.
White people going white, Jay.
White people going white, but we have seen white people going backwards to the old whiting. Like not the Karen whiting. I'm talking about the white whiting where they fly
over white.
Right, where they fly the planes over. And talk to me about where do we sit right now in this world of Trump from your perspective, particularly considering that you all's motto is, but can you whoop my ass though?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that is the motto that Trump is rocking with.
Yeah, it's a motto based in gumption. But I want to go back to it's not the kind of caring kind of whiting. In my opinion, white people always been whiting. It's us disillusioned. They've never changed their stance. And, even, on our show we was talking about the other day, and there was a lot of people chiming in and said this new level of racism or there's a new emboldened kind of white person. I want us to be clear. It's that emboldened white person that created Trump. It wasn't Trump that created the emboldened white person.
Ooh.
They've always been here. They've never gone away. And I think that we don't fully grasp that because we create these illusions in our mind, these illusions of grandeur that we're somewhere other than where we really are. So when you start looking at the economics of the black community, and this is the whole basis of the I Said What I Said conversation. It's about black progressiveness and black empowerment. So when we start thinking about our position in this election cycle, it's no different than it's always been. So I asked Maze off air a few minutes ago, I said, what's the win look like? I know we're in here having these conversations and clapping and cheering for the Democratic Party at some level, but it's kind of haphazardly. Is it real?
Yeah, I call myself a disgruntled and disillusioned Democrat. I'll be honest with you. There is a part of me that wants white people to see their whiteness on display. And when I say white people, when I want white people to see their whiteness on display, then what I mean by that is there are white people who believe right there. Right. There are white people who believe that they are above Trump. There are white people that believe that they don't want their whiteness on display. And so right now they are trying to their best to, I'm not him, I'm not him, I'm not him, I'm not him. But I am going to tell you too that I believe that there is something about a Trump win tonight that would almost, and I guess I can't root against myself, but I almost feel like I want y'all to see y'allself in the mirror.
So I wonder if it's really rooting against ourselves, though. Right. And I think there's several conversations that's happening today. So I've been telling everybody who would listen for however long that I'm not voting for either candidate, and I stood true to that today.
Wait, you wrote me in?
No, I didn't. You know what?
Damn, dog.
What was I
Come on, man.
thinking? You know what I mean?
What the
of
hell?
all the people I could have chosen.
And you didn't write Mace Jackson in. Come on, man.
What was I doing today? Yeah, but the whole strategy is to vote down ballot, right? So I was saying vote down ballot, vote down ballot, I'm sorry. Write in the presidential candidate and vote down ballot, Democratic down ballot. And the reason is because it's a math equation at the end of the day. And when I think about strategy, specifically electoral politics, it's like, how do I empower my community? Right. And I think that's where the disillusionment comes in. We have this kind of equity kind of concept of equality. Right. We're going to vote our way towards equality, or we're going to march our way toward equality. That's not an American concept. American concept is about power. This is all about power. So the only power that we have in this construct, specifically in the electoral construct, is that in the Democratic Party, well, in the voting construct of America, when you break the numbers down, it's kind of 50-50, right? The Republican Party is just all white folks. It just is what it is. And then you get to the Democratic Party, and it's sprinkled in white folks, but then it's everybody else. Out of that everybody else, we're the most consistent voting bloc. So if we show up to vote and just vote down ballot, they can't come into the media and say, well, black people didn't show up to vote. That's one thing they couldn't do, right? Second thing they couldn't do is they couldn't avoid or kind of misuse our community in the way they traditionally misuse our community. They come in with the chicken, like Mays makes the joke all the time. They got chicken. Mm-hmm. They show up with the chicken. And
I'm
then
ordering some chicken right now.
Right. They show up with
you
the
said
chicken.
salt, pepper, mild sauce.
Salt, pepper, mild.
Fried hard.
Fried hard. That's the Harold's. You got some Harold's and some Uncle Remus.
We out south. I got to do the west side. Uncle Remus, go ahead.
Oh, okay. That's disrespectful. But anyway.
Have you tasted the difference, though?
Yes. Harold's is much better. Absolutely, Harold's is way better.
You need to go because you had out south Uncle Remus.
No,
you
I
need
had
out west
Uncle Remus. I had that Madison Avenue Uncle Remus.
You need
it's
your
trash.
own
I understand that. But no, back to the concept, though. If we go in and we vote our interest and say, hey, we're not interested right now, and we kind of sacrifice this election cycle, because that's really what it would be. It would be a sacrifice to this election cycle. Mm-hmm. But what happens is the Democratic Party inherently knows that you'll never, ever have power again until you meet our needs. It's a strategy. And it's the only way we'll ever achieve any power. It's this, this concept that we talk about. We're not a monolith. Mm-hmm. I think that's ignorant in my personal opinion, right? I think that we should be a monolith in some senses. And in reality, we are a monolith. When you start looking at the economics of the black community, we monolithic as hell. Don't nobody got no money.
So you think the extreme nature of our social conditions mean that we need to withhold our vote as a monolithic voting bloc and kind of let the system implode, then come back with our list of demands to make the change?
We've made demands this go round. They said, well, talk to us after we win. What the hell is that?
Got it.
You know what I mean? They're saying we don't value your power, right? When we know we have power, which is why you make all the old stuff our population. It's why you come seeking us, because we have power, but we don't know how to use it.
Let me heat this conversation up real quick. So, you all, in my estimation, are the embodiment of the. Oh, I don't even know if I need to use this. Dang.
Go on, say it, Mace. Go on, say it, Mace.
The embodiment of black masculinity, in the universe. I feel like there is an effeminization of black people, and particularly black men, and a denigration of black men in the Democratic Party. Do you think both Ruthie and Tu, do you think there is a place for black men in the party, and will Democrats pay a price in this election? Will their ignorance, their ignoring of black people, be part of black men be part of the reason that they could potentially lose this thing.
I'd so love to hear Ruthie speak on that first. So I'm
yes.
Well, so so I certainly do think that the role of the black man is scarce right now. And I think that in order to really shift that tide, low key, I think y'all kind of need black women to help y'all. Now, what is the role of the black woman in helping the black man? I don't know. But I do think that there can be a role for y'all if y'all
thanks Ruthie. But thanks you said it could be a role.
I think it could be a role for y'all if y'all like sort of take it. I think if y'all wait for them to give y'all something, they're going to keep giving y'all the same thing, which is like, they call y'all toxic. They say y'all hate black women. But if y'all actually take y'all power, which I think y'all kind of doing now, I think the outcomes will be better. But it's so hard to listen to y'all talk sometimes because part of me is like, oh my God, y'all sound so toxic. Like, right, that whole concept.
So I embrace all of my toxicity, so it's okay. It's a compliment.
But I have to check my own womanness because what I deem to be toxic might be so necessary to your existence and your survival. So that's why I just be letting y'all say crazy stuff sometimes without saying stuff because I know that y'all are just brash and y'all like to just
Ruthie,
be super masculine.
We appreciate you letting us say those things.
This is the healing circle.
We so appreciate you letting us say those things.
Only she's a general.
But to Maze's point, or to Maze's question rather, sometimes I wonder if there's a place for black men in America, let alone the Democratic Party. So in regards to like obtaining power, it's absolutely going to have to be by force. It's not going to be by it's not even an option. It has to be by force. And whether you all come along with us or not, kicking and streaming, if that's how it has to be, then that's how it has to be, because the survival of our community depends on it. You know what I mean? I say that all the time. I'm a follower of Amos Wilson, and part of what Amos Wilson says, in order to become a man in any society, you have to master the needs of said society. So if you was born in a hunter-gatherer society, then you must know how to hunt and gather. In this society, we've been born into a war-torn society. It's the reality. So you must become a warrior. It just is what it is. And in that vein, there are no holds barred at war. So there's no negotiations here. So when I say we need to go into and vote down ballot, it's not because I'm afraid of what Trump brings or afraid of what Biden brings, it's because that's where we find power. Then when we do that, you see the backlash that we've gotten over the last couple of days. And it wasn't even about voting down ballot. It was just about a negotiation on the behalf of black people. And we've been thrown under the bus at every level. You know what I mean?
Do you think that black people can really get political freedom if black men and black women don't heal our relationships?
Political freedom? I think that's possible. Okay. But there's several lines of thought here too, right? There's this universal ideology of what's right and what's wrong or what's necessary, and then there's America, because they're not the same. You know what I mean? So there's a balance that has to take place in the black family. That's true. But America's about power. That's not about balance. And what's happened is you all have benefited from the strategies of America to keep us down, and you all play into it. So in that vein, whether I'm here to negotiate
let's
with
talk
you
about playing into it, though. I do want to talk more about playing into it and what that actually looks like to you, because to me that might look like, well, somebody got to feed these kids.
Oh, so let's do this. Let's pause it right there. Let's take a quick break. And we will be back, and we will let Ruthie. By the time I come back,
Ruthie's gonna let us talk some more.
Yeah. Thank you, black women, for letting us speak. Black women, thank you for allowing us the honor to speak in our own damn studio. Hey, y'all, we will be right back after these messages. It's Election Night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people.
Boys, step aside. The Radio Rookie is in the building. The Book of Dawn, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on What's In It for the Black People Media.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN. What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of fraternities that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing Black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality Black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe Black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard.
You'll never breed a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors, come out to play.
Shh. You hear that? And that's what's happening at every angle. They're creating paradigms where we can only raise feminine men. Whether they're homosexual or not, they feminine as shit.
Sure, because all masculinity is toxic.
All masculinity is toxic in a war-torn society where the dominant society is saying to your ass, we don't never want no warriors.
Right.
You bastards.
Any book you've ever read, you can read the Bible, goddammit. When they go and they destroy some shit, they kill all the boy babies.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even want you growing up to think you're going to do some shit to me.
Animals do the same thing. If I come over here and I take over this village now or whatever, like this gonna be my pride. First thing I'm doing, killing the male boys, like killing the male babies.
Don't you even grow up with that attitude,
Don't you even think about it. Okay?
Bitch.
Right. You ain't my daddy, you damn right I ain't your daddy. Fuck your fort, little nigga.
Fuck your fort.
You're not my dad.
Oh man, I hate that I laugh at this shit in public.
That's real.
I hate that I laugh at this stuff in public.
That's real though, right? Toussaint Warner and Herb Howard live on What's in It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
WIIFTBP.
The Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze. Oh, it's not the Maze Jackson Show. It is Election Night 2020. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Ruthie Moore. We got this this dude in here, man. This curmudgeon of the What's in It for the Black People family, Brother Toussaint Werner, sharing his opinions on the role of Black masculinity in this election cycle. Ruthie, you was talking about what does that look like? What was we asking? What does it look like? And these kids gotta eat.
Mm-hmm.
So you was like, I got it.
No, because I've been waiting to pick Two's brain about this. And so, all right. So if we can agree that black women are like kind of surpassing black men in like a lot of different arenas and areas, what does it look like for black women to support black men or to not propel themselves ahead of black men or to leave y'all behind? And my comment, well, the kids got to eat, meaning that somebody gotta work and feed the kids. Like,
y'all need to learn how to cook again. Get y'all butts back in the kitchen, and maybe we wouldn't have all this.
But you still gotta have money for groceries, though.
What we got to upgrade you, kid.
I'm
you
just
got to get an upgrade because you.
So we don't get jobs or money for groceries.
If the majority of households are headed by black women, then likely black women are providing the groceries that need to be cooked to feed the kids.
Are the majority of black households Are the majority of black households led by black women?
I'm gonna definitely say they are.
Okay.
If we saying led by, right?
Okay.
Yes.
But I think that we kind of minimize the role of black fathers as well. Like whenever you do the research and look at the data, it says black fathers are more actively involved than any other fathers from any other ethnicity. So I think there's some ideas that kind of permeate out there that aren't necessarily true, right? And how we are involved in our lifestyles and our households. But I think there's a larger conversation at play, whether about who feeds the child. I think there's a spiritual conversation that has to take place as well. I think the problem is, and why you all benefit from white supremacy in the way that you do, is because of our value set is skewed by said white supremacy, right? And I think once we kind of link back into the understanding of what it means to be family, what it means to be a unit, I think we can attack the white supremacy system from a different vantage point. It's just like the Trump conversation where, let me not even say the Trump conversation, but when the feminist conversation comes to march with women, and it's based in Trump's disrespect of women, but then you look back at the data and you see how white women, the majority of white women voted for Trump, is because there's an underlying understanding there that no matter what he's doing and what's going on here, we are about this unit surviving. And that's at any rate, at any level, whatever opposition, we're going to survive with this unit first. So even though he's an asshole per se, I don't know if we on air, I'm sorry. He's a jerk. I'm sorry, I got comfortable. On my show, we curse. You know what I mean? But regardless if he's a jerk, regardless if he's a jerk or not, they're going to roll with the home team, right? We don't really have a home team because we don't really have a full understanding of our own identity. And that has to happen first. And that's something that I think black men are going to have to develop because we aren't reaping the benefits from white supremacy in the way that you are. So you don't have the value in finding that identity like we do.
But sometimes I feel like black women are blamed for our achievements.
No, can I back up? I don't think black women are blamed for their achievements. I think that in a lot of cases there are, in my estimation, the path is your achievements are also assisted.
What you mean by that, Maze?
So to me,
like affirmative action assisted?
Sort of. Like if a white guy is going to do something to help somebody, he's going to look for a black woman. If he's going to excel someone, if he's going to promote someone, if it's going to be a black woman. If they see a black man coming, it's the threat, right? So what happens is they got to do something for black folks, right? And typically in a traditional household in the United States, it would go to the man and trickle down to the woman and to the family. What they have done is said, man, move out of the way, black man. We're going to give your birth. We're going to do what we got to do, but we're going to give it to the sisters. And in the process, while we're giving it to the economic and the benefit to the sisters, we're going to put a foot on your neck. We're going to incarcerate you. We're going to make it where even when you do apply for the job, you are a threat. And then we're going to pit the sister against you. I don't necessarily think it's you all necessarily, but I do think you got to recognize that there is a desire. Whenever a white man is looking to take down a black dude, if they ain't lynching him, they're trying in power dynamic. They look for a black woman. Okay. And in that process, you have to recognize your role in being a pawn in that. But the problem is, how do you say you're being penalized as compared to saying that how many black men even get the opportunity to interview for that same job?
But once a black woman realizes, okay, I'm being a pawn in this, what can be done? Is it
get the plate and get in the kitchen?
Is it give up your political position?
No.
Is it give up your power? Like, what is it? Is it, do you beat the drum for more inclusion of black men within the power? Like, what is it?
I think you got to reach in, and I think you got to pull people in. I think that what I have found is that oftentimes black women in power really put the beat down on black men in the process. I think, and then it is all of the negative stuff that has played in the back of their head, right? So, like, the black dude that comes to work is now the black dude that was the shiftless dude that did all the different things that you mad about. And it's like what happened, even when we talk about what happened to me with Lori Lightfoot and the female black women who said, we're going to, regardless of the fact that black women are being assaulted, we are going to circle the wagons around the black woman, and we're not going to let you black men attack the black woman. And they were protecting their power, not their people. So I think that what's got to happen is, I think you got to recognize that while I love the hell out of black women, I do think that you have drank the Kool-Aid that black men ain't nothing, or black men are less than in a lot of cases. And so when you drink that Kool-Aid, in my estimation, it furthers what white folks are doing.
See, I don't think we drink the Kool-Aid. I think we deal with black men in a different way than white America. So black women have a different vantage point. And so I don't think we've drank the Kool-Aid.
I think if I look at Father's Day, and I look at the number of black women that have something to say on Father's Day, like not even just like let the day be. Like, I want to thank my mama for being my daddy, right? And all
but where did that come from though? That just didn't come from anywhere.
So here's where I'll chime in and I say this: it's not a us against you kind of conversation for me. It's a us against the system kind of conversation for me. But what most of us never acknowledge is the system that's playing out in the background. So a lot of times we kind of look at these personal relationships, just like kind of how we view racism in a lot of ways, right? Trump might say some vulgar things, right? But Biden has a history of creating very racist policy. Which one is more damaging? You know what I mean? So Biden played the system. Trump plays at our emotional heartstrings, right? And it's the same thing that plays out in our community. At the end of the day, the goal is us against everyone else, right? And in order for it to be us against everyone else, then you got to first let go of their value system. And I would say the same for black men, but the difference is we don't get to access their value system in the way that you get to access their value system. So in essence, we spend most of our time trying to find masculinity to appease you in reality. You got to think of it like this. America's a patriarchy. And every other community in America is a patriarchy, right? The Asian community, that's a patriarchy. The Indian community, that's a patriarchy. But you get to our community, and it's a matriarchy. Yes. We got to understand that there's something different in this mix here, right?
I personally don't think that black women enjoy our community being a matriarchy, truthfully speaking.
I think that you don't even know what your community looks like not being a matriarchy. That's what I would say.
I think some of us do, and I think some of us don't because we have not seen it.
I think there was a what's the sports lady from ESPN who got in trouble with the Trump comments a few years ago? She did her own thing.
Jamel Hill.
Jamel Hill. So Jamel Hill made a statement last week.
I saw that black men want access to patriarchy.
And there's another sister who responded, right? And she responded in such an elegant way. She said, it's interesting that you have all this backlash for you deeming that black men access patriarchy. But then she said, didn't you just get married last week? Didn't you just wear a white dress last week? She's going down the line of all these things that you value about patriarchy. And then say, black men, you're mad at black men for trying to access the patriarchy.
And on that note, we're going to stop it right there because we got to go to break. This is Election Night 2020. We are covering the races that matter the most to black people. We'll be back.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
Protected by women is going both ways. Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Oh, it's going both ways. When do you all stand up and say we are not about to sit here and let you tarnish the reputation of our brother, right? Whether he did good or not, let's be honest. Maybe we didn't reach out to Superintendent Johnson. Maybe we didn't attend the CAPS meetings. Maybe there were some things we could have done in the policing to be better. We don't want to make that admission, but we are not about to let you tarnish the reputation of a man simply because you did what some of us do. We fuck and then we go. You came or you didn't. Apparently, Johnson's Johnson was good because you wanted the Oscar Mayer wiener. You were trying to get bars sucking on stars. I'm just saying, lady, you did what you wanted to do and you did it well. For 3 fucking years, who gets raped for that long? And you carry a gun every day. You see women who catch their spouses cheating and kill them right then and there. You had the power and the legal ability under 720 ILCS 5 section 7-1 in defense of yourself. You are authorized to use deadly force to stop a forcible felony, but it's hard to stop a forcible felony when you're sucking on it under a melody. I'm just saying, stop with the bullshit. Yeah, I'm not going. Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
You ever have one of those moments in Comic View that was just something you were like, wow, I can't believe that just unfolded like that?
Deion Cole will tell you, when he did his first Def Jam, he said he only had 15 minutes of material, but it was so impactful that they booked him, and now he's on the Def Jam tour with the 15 minutes, and he did 7 of them already on Def Jam. So now you got to create build an act. A new production company came in, and they decided, no, if they come out here and they bomb, show it, and put crickets.
Oh yeah,
they started putting little crickets and sound effects. And that didn't work. They would overdo it too. This was funny too. This is another behind the scenes comedy. Those laugh when you see people buckling over and laughing. That might not even be your audience.
They edited that from another.
Dude, you'll look and see this lady in all the episodes. You're like, she must be a paid audience member. How is that lady laughing at everybody's show? I used to do a job like one time. I saw me laughing at me on Comedy. I'm like, how did I get in the audience on my own special? What are they doing?
Oh man. David Williams.
Those are the days, man.
Man, thank you for stopping by Chicago Famous.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. Special thanks to Love McPherson.
And when you talk about object sex, you and objectifying that woman, you glorify pieces of her. And let me tell you something. If you think that doesn't matter, it does. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. I looked at a video and I was looking at these young boys, these teenagers, and they were like, do you like black women or white women? I like white women. I like white women. And first I felt some kind of way. Then you know what happened to me? I started listening to them and they said, why did you like the white women? Because they'll do anything for you. Yeah, the white hoes.
Bitch, you is a hoe. Bitch, you is a hoe.
And I thought pornography has elevated what the white woman will do for you, the objectifying of her. And this is why we don't realize, even in our spaces, the black man is shut down because he doesn't know the power of his seed like the white man knows the power of his seed.
Oh, look, just like milk.
He doesn't realize that you sit up there coming into my neighborhood, objectifying my white women because you say they do it better than your women is a problem. They don't do it to them, but they won't bring that out, and they will not allow you to do that to their women.
I said what I said. Herb 2, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
is Election Night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people. You are listening to us live on and watching us live on What's in It for the Black People Media. It is our very first election night coverage, and y'all, we are covering the races that matter the most to black folks. Now, let me tell you what, in the race for the Electoral College, Joe Biden has 131 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 108 votes. Looks like where Democrats thought that they were going to be able to crack the Republicans, looks like the Republicans are starting to make their move. Donald Trump currently leads the popular vote 50.4% to Joe Biden's 47.98%. Looks like Florida looks like it's going to be going to Joe Biden.
Really?
To Donald Trump. He's up by 3 points in Florida with 91% of the vote counted. Looks like in North Carolina, Donald Trump leads by 1 percentage point with 92% of the votes counted. Let's see what other battleground. Right now, Donald Trump is leading in Wisconsin by 3 points. He is leading in Michigan by 12 points. But that is with only 38% of the vote counted. Now, we also got to take another look at what is going on in the state's attorney's race. Kim Foxx is pulling away, currently with 89% of the vote counted. Kim Foxx is leading 52.3% to 41.1%. It looks like Tachi's going to pull that out. Let me just say that Libertarian candidate Brian Dennehy got 100,000 votes. Now, we are still keeping a close eye on this Oberweis-Underwood race that is still at 51-48, Lauren Underwood. We got to see if white people going to keep on whiting. Since we are talking about this, though, guys, joining back with us is Todd Stroger.
Yeah, Ruthie said you was messing with her sugar, so she had to go eat.
She had to go eat. Well, I'm going to tell you what, we got some great catering. Shout out to Lisa E. Divine Treats for bringing food and catering election night 2020 here. Todd, what are you seeing? So let me back up. What are you seeing right now? What do you think is going to happen with this Kim Foxx race?
I think she'll squeak it out, but I'm not surprised that it's this close. This people are being released and committing crimes thing. I think that wore on her, but I don't think Pat O'Brien, I don't think, his past record as a state's attorney sending people to jail just because that's what white people do. I don't think that affected him at all.
All right. Now, we're also following the scare tax, better known as the Fair Tax Amendment. Right now, it needs to pass. It needs 60% of the people. Right now, there are 51% of the people saying no, 48% of the people saying yes. If they got to get to 60, Todd, that's going to be an issue.
I don't think they can get to 60.
You don't think they can get to 60?
No, I don't think they ever were going to get to 60.
Really? You don't think? So does that display a lack of trust, and what does that mean to J.B. Pritzker?
It means that they're going to pass the tax and everybody's going to pay the same rate, except white people will be able to figure out a way to get around it. Just like always.
I don't know if it means anything to J.B. Pritzker.
I think it does.
You do? Why?
Yeah. You know why, too? I think it means something to JB because he hung his whole entire, all of the rave reviews that he got all throughout the year about what all the great things he was accomplishing were all wrapped up in him being able to get this graduated income tax passed. The fact of the matter is, if he doesn't pass this graduated income tax, then everything that he told us last year is all a lie. Beyond, not just including
beyond the regular lies,
beyond the canvas, beyond the social equity,
beyond the regular
lies. Beyond the regular lies, they went extra hard. So
it won't be a lie. It just means that he is going to have to ask the legislature to pass a tax on everybody. That will, so instead of the progressive tax, which says that if you're making $30,000, the rate wouldn't change. Now he's going to ask them to try to change everybody's rate. So we'll see if that works. So they may be like, man, we can't do that.
So what are we? So I'm watching this race, the U.S. Senate race. Can I be straight up with y'all? I voted for Willie Wilson.
Me too.
I voted for Willie Wilson, and can I tell you?
All right, I did too.
Okay. Two, I'm gonna tell you there was a time when let me tell you something. I was reading some comments from black folks about Willie Wilson, and I was really ashamed of myself because I could tell you that probably 4 years ago I probably would have been talking in that same group. But I think about how much Willie Wilson was willing to do, how much Dick Durbin has not done. And the concept of all of us black, like all of these black folks voting for Dick Durbin for literally no reason, no tangible reason. Yeah, it's just disconcerting. But
I don't know if what Willie Wilson would do what I would want. I just figured, well, we've been through this. Let's do something different. I was really trying to get him to 5%. I mean, I knew he wasn't going to win.
Well,
yeah, he's not going to win. But I think, again, it goes back to the quote that we use on our show every day, right? It's like until you fully understand white supremacy, everything you think you understand will only confuse you, right? So I understand that judgment that May said he made, because I make the judgment. I still make the judgment. I ain't going to lie. I laugh every time I hear Willie talk. I ain't going to lie. I mimic him all the time. But the reality of it is Willie represents, like, my grandparents or my great grandparents. They all sound like that because they all from the Deep South,
right?
You know, and it's just the norm when you come from that era in time. But just to May's point, right? We go in and we vote for Dick Durbin. We really don't know what the hell Dick Durbin is doing. Right? So
yeah,
why should we get his vote to Willie Wilson?
Why shouldn't we? Like, I feel like, you know how I feel too. It's like if I turn on a fight and I don't know nothing about two people and it's a black dude and a white dude.
I'm going with the black dude.
I'm going with the black dude.
Period.
Now,
I'm going with the guy with the black shorts.
But I also think Willie Wilson has what I find really crazy is that we will denigrate Willie Wilson for accepting the Fraternal Order of Police endorsement. But they were, in all of the people that we talk about, they were more loyal to Willie Wilson than black folks, who he's done tremendous amount of work for. I know that nobody says you're supposed to want to have the endorsement of the FOP, but the fact of the matter was Willie Wilson provided life-saving materials for them, right? And you would hope that somewhere in the world of politics that reciprocity would be recognized. Now, I'm going to tell you that this 5% of Willie Wilson, and right now Willie Wilson is at 4.5%. So literally, I'm going to tell you that we can claim victory because Dick Durbin was not playing to beat Willie Wilson. He was playing to Willie Wilson to not allow him to be able to get 5% to create the Willie Wilson party. He pulled out Kamala Harris. Think about all the Negroes he lined up to come attack Willie Wilson, and think about how many of them couldn't just say no.
Yeah, I see. I look at it a different way. Dick Durbin was not worried about Willie Wilson winning. He was worried about Mark Curran winning and Willie pulling too many black votes away from him.
Well, you know what? I never even gave Mark Curran a consideration.
Me either, but he did pretty well, didn't
But
he?
oh my goodness, he got 1.4 million votes.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. That tells me, you know what that tells me though? That tells me, one, Dick Durbin is vulnerable to a real candidate. He's vulnerable, and I'm going to tell you who else is vulnerable.
Dick Durbin ain't vulnerable. He's like 70. This is it. He ain't running again.
Yes, what we always...
we always say.
Right. Meanwhile, at 95 years old, Bobby Rush is about to come.
I was just about to say Bobby Rush.
Whoop somebody.
Bobby Rush has to be like 800 at this point. He has to.
Bobby Rush and Methuselah probably kicking it together. Look, y'all. Hey, we're going to get you some more updates. We're going to find out what's going on. Plus, we're gonna. You know what? We got to get some updates on this Trump race. We're gonna do that and a little bit more after this break. And don't forget, we also got Fox 32. They'll be joining us a little bit later on this evening. It's the Mays, Jackson, Toussaint, Werner, Todd Stroger, Ruthie Moore, Sonia Escobar, even Herb Howard. Man, how did we get two?
Don's still out there.
Oh, shout out to Dawn. You know what? Shout out to Dawn Millhouse. She is. You know what, Dawn, we gonna have to stop. We can't call her Auntie Dawn, but she like the mother hen for all y'all.
That's
right?
true.
She around here mother hen, and then
Big
I gotta
sis.
send out to my beautiful and lovely wife, President Carrie Steele, who is taking in the results from her commissioners at the MWRD. Shout out to Era Corral Sepulveda and Kimberly Neely Dubuclet. How y'all learn how to spell them names? Look, we'll talk about it all when we come back. This is Election Night 2020. We shall return.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of fraternities that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information. Or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Chicago famous with Mike Love and Diz.
The destined legend himself, Leon Rogers.
Yeah.
What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patted my success.
You walked away from your day job and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room, and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there because of the passion I wanted to do the comedy. So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life.
Yes.
When I say he went off on me.
My son works.
When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. You realizing what God wants you to do.
Right.
My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. $65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like, me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands knuckles black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So, he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right.
He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. Look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago famous. 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Hey y'all, this is Salim Muwakil from Muwakil's World. In case you missed the last discussion, this is what you missed.
There was a time when there was a large-scale mythology that African people had no endurance. We were only good for sprinting.
Right.
And that was our forte. Other than that, we were useless in marathon races. Establishing your patrimony on the land. If you bury the dead, that means that this land is forever in your family.
Who are our ancestors, really? We are the living ancestors to a whole genealogical line going back hundreds of thousands, millions of years that we carry within us living today. Everyone who preceded us. However, that conception took place, whether it was violently, with rape, or whatever the case, but we are them living today.
That's why it's important to understand our capacity, man. Our capacity is unlimited. We have unlimited potential.
Absolutely.
So make sure you tune in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 to 1 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
You are watching Election Night 2020. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Sitting in with us is the resident curmudgeon.
The GOAT.
Of What's in It for the Black People Media, Toussaint Werner. Rocking, you know what? I'm telling you, too. Rocking the two-piece braids. You know what I'm saying? You got the two French braids, three French braids going down with the. I see you also got your beard rocking. You've been
intellectual thuggery. You know what
intellectual
I mean?
thuggery. You've been talking to them guys. So what's gonna happen too in Philadelphia and cities that they are now? We saw in the last week Democrats, and you and I, we had a personal experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that we had the opportunity to talk to Kamala Harris. Sonia, you might want to find that. We had the opportunity to talk to Kamala Harris out, and when we talked to Kamala Harris, we really wanted to know the role of black men in the party. We could not ask that question, and so we asked. This is Kamala Harris talking to the What's in It for the Black People media family in regards to what happens, what will change under a Joe Biden presidency, and this is what she had to say.
I'm here with my What's in It for the Black People family. The Charleston Nine, Ferguson, Trayvon Martin, Rakia Boyd, Laquan McDonald, Breonna Taylor. They're all names that we've heard in these last 8 to 10 years. Please tell us, what will be the difference for Black America under a Biden-Harris administration?
Right. So, and we can continue to speak all those names, and the list is so much longer, including the names that the public.
Boyd, Laquan McDonald, Breonna Taylor. They're all names that we've heard in these last 8 to 10 years. Please tell us, what will be the difference for Black America under a Biden-Harris administration?
Right. So, and we can continue to speak all those names, and the list is so much longer, including the names that the public doesn't. What we need to address in terms of the economy and access to capital, and of course what we need to do in the criminal justice system, including police reform. Right now, African Americans are getting COVID at 3 times the rate of white Americans and dying at over twice the rate of white Americans. The average white family has more than 6 times the wealth of the average black family in America today. And those are just some of the examples of the disparities. So in a Biden-Harris administration, we will invest in healthy communities, because healthy communities are safe communities. And here's what I'm talking about. And it is essentially the interconnection between a lot of the issues I mentioned. So the reality of it is that if you go to any upper class suburb in America, you will not see the kind of police presence that you see in other communities, predominantly black or Latino communities. But what you will see in those upper class suburbs in America are well-financed public schools. You will see high rates of home ownership. You will see small businesses that have access to capital. You will see folks that have an ability to actually get a loan, and folks who have an ability to have access to health care, including mental health care, and it be affordable. So these are some of the issues that we need to address, and part of that is about what we plan to do, around $150 billion in investment in communities around community banks and venture capital. $50 million of that money will go to that. What we will do is invest over $70 billion in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions to lower students' costs and build research centers and labs. We plan on addressing systemic racism in all of its forms, including the criminal justice system, and that means reforming policing and criminal justice systems, banning chokeholds and carotid holds, ending cash bail in private prisons, no incarceration for drug use alone, and a national use of force standard for police. These are some of the many details that I can share with you that are part of our agenda for what we need to do to address, again, systemic racism and inequity and inequality, and do it in a way where we as a country are also more organized and mobile just grand gestures and lovely speeches. And I feel very strongly about that, and I know Joe does too.
Two.
It amazes me that she ended that statement without, we want to meet these outcomes instead of just having grand gestures and amazing statements. Because that's all I heard was grand gestures and amazing statements.
And I don't know if there was anything amazing about the statement.
It wasn't even amazing, right? And I think, you asked what's going to be different for black people under whatever party wins. And I don't think there's anything that's going to be different. I think, we learn new words and we go crazy with them, right?
Pontificate.
So over the last year, you've heard this statement a billion times. We're not a monolith. We're not a monolith. Well, you look at the data, man, and we're monolithic as could be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We're monolithic as could be. Now, you might not act it like, but you live in the same spaces. You're about worth the same amount of money. You don't have any upward mobility. You're a monolith.
You go to the same stores.
You go to the same stores. You listen. My brother-in-law is in the upper echelon of black wealth. I'm not in the upper echelon of black wealth. My brother-in-law lives 2 blocks from my house.
Damn,
you understand what I'm saying? So I'm on the upper echelon of the bottom 60.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
We top 1%.
We top 1%ers around here. Now, but the reality of it is that even in that being in that top 1%, my brother-in-law is on the higher end of that spectrum. But he's legitimately 2 blocks from my house. So the murders that happen in my neighborhood, guess what? They happen in your neighborhood.
Right.
The stores that I frequent, they're the stores that you frequent. We're living the same experience, though you're in your mind, you have this idea that you're on a different economic scale than me. No, you're not. We've all been kind of corralled into this one concept of blackness. And it's because we don't have any economic mobility. And until we start having that conversation from a real standpoint of what reparations looks like, this is, for me, when we start hearing data like by 2036, black people are going to be at a zero net worth, and that was before COVID. So what's that look like today? 2010? You know what I mean? What 2025? What does that look like? 10 years from now, 5 years from now, what does zero net worth look like? And if we're going to address policies from the standpoint of achieving power, then we have to have a different strategy instead of saying the less of two evils. That's just not a feasible strategy in my mind when we're up against the wall with a zero net worth looming over our heads.
All right, Joe Biden at 209, Trump 112. Looks like it is getting ready to be a dogfight. California was just called. I think they're doing that. California, the West Coast just got called. Mm-hmm. California, Washington, and Oregon all went to Joe Biden. Now, the battlegrounds that are still left, Todd, you've still got still left. We've got Florida. We've got...
Wait,
Florida is almost called with 29. Georgia with, with 16 electoral votes. Also, North Carolina looks like it's leaning Trump. They are still showing Pennsylvania with Trump in a 13-point lead. We have just gotten an update. Let me see, what updates do we have right now? Okay, so Jim Oberweis, oh my God, we're in a dogfight. Jim Oberweis is now officially tied with Lauren Underwood. White people are whiting around the country as we speak. No, y'all laughing. Y'all are laughing. But look, when we come back, I'm going to go ahead and hit some of these states. All of these places where Joe Biden thought he had a chance, I'm telling you, these white folks are coming out. Look, it's showing me right now, they're saying that Trump is up in Michigan by 11 points.
Yeah, I had that argument earlier today. I told my boy Trump was gonna win Michigan.
And man, if I'm in Michigan and you telling me that you about to close cars down, what you want to end the oil industry? They ain't switched over to electric cars. Electric cars is in California.
Yeah, that's real.
All the gold in California is in a bank in the middle of Beverly Hills in somebody else's name. Hey y'all,
Bolingbrook's coming out.
Bolingbrook probably already came out for Trump. Y'all, it's going down. This is what y'all need to be looking around at as we look at these places, because in places like Florida, your Latinos, right? Where they at? Where your allies at? And white women.
You know the Cubans think that they're white, right?
They ain't the only people down there.
So I would ask, what Latinos don't think they are white?
Bam!
Puerto Ricans are, they're half and half.
Sonia says she don't think she white.
No, I get it, and I think it depends on where you are in the country. But I think outside of the New York Latinos and maybe some of the West Coast Latinos, they all kind of align with the other team.
And quite frankly, Latinos after their first generation, I think they take a certain level of pride in being able to be a Republican, because it's like you almost all official. When you be like you against somebody, you are officially American. Look, y'all, this
Right.
is this is Maze Jackson, Tucson Werner, Todd Stroger. I got Herb Howard. I got Sonia Escobar. Ruthie Moore is out there talking about whapping people. I don't know what is going on. I'm telling you, Ruthie out there. Look, Ruthie got her hot girl skirt on. She got her some stockings with some dots on it, and they talking about some of everything out there. Don't forget, we got Book of Dawn sitting outside, as well as my beautiful and lovely wife, President Carrie Steele. Look, when we come back, we're gonna wrap up with Tucson Werner. We're gonna bring Ruthie back. And then we gonna see how white people gonna be tonight. Could you imagine if they called it for Trump? I want to white women, and I'm just gonna tell y'all should have talked to the black people more than a week. And this also, let me just tell y'all, Barack Obama,
Old Barry
Emma, and let me just point out that Donald Trump right now is winning in the popular vote.
I got my backpack, so I don't care.
He is winning the popular vote, and if I'm looking at this map, it's about to get bloody. Hey, y'all, yeah, dog, this don't look good. Like, this really don't look.
It looks normal. This is my expectation.
Hey, man, this look like the Alec map.
So what do we do now?
Hey, man, I'm trying to figure out. We ain't even made it to now yet. I'm still trying to figure out tonight.
We've been in now since 1619.
Right, we've been in now. Hey, y'all, we will be back. It's election night 2020.
WIIFTBP.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
You ever have one of those moments in Comic View that was just something you were like, wow, I can't believe that just unfolded like that?
Deion Cole will tell you, when he did his first Def Jam, he said he only had 15 minutes of material, but it was so impactful that they booked him, and now he's on the Def Jam tour with the 15 minutes, and he did 7 of them already on Def Jam. So now you got to create build an act. A new production company came in, and they decided, no, if they come out here and they bomb, show it, and put crickets.
Oh yeah,
they started putting little crickets and sound effects. And that didn't work. They would overdo it too. This was funny too. This is another behind the scenes comedy. Those laugh when you see people buckling over and laughing. That might not even be your audience.
They edited that from another.
Dude, you'll look and see this lady at all the episodes. You're like, she must be a paid audience member. How is that lady laughing at everybody's show? I used to do a job like one time. I saw me laughing at me on Comedy. I'm like, how did I get in the audience on my own special? What are they doing?
Oh man. David Williams.
Those were the days, man.
Man, thank you for stopping by Chicago Famous.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Why? Why? Because someone told a great guy no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released, What I Tell Myself About No, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection, and your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm going to create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the black people, is the truth. Not always that you want to hear. It's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access. And who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Hard work. We're on the go.
WIIFTBP.
It is election night 2020. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger. Got Tucson Werner in the building. Y'all, it's going down outside in the hallway. They are talking about all things. I think they done already gave up on the election. They passing the cup.
Yep.
They around there sipping and tipping. I'm trying to get updates and notes, and they doing our thing.
They was trying to get me full, Maze, but I said, no, I'm with Maze. I can't do that.
What's the difference in the energy between tonight's election night and when Trump beat Hillary? Do you all feel like a difference?
Oh, yeah. This one is like,
For sure.
So the night that Hillary lost, remember they had the Jacob Javits Center, and it was all glass. And it was, remember, we watched this, like, remember, as these races were getting called by the states, remember they were all at the party, everybody, 7 o'clock, everybody was at Jacob Javits Center, they had all the cameras, everybody was there, and then they were like, she loses Florida, and people were like, and then it just started raining, and it was like, da-da-da-da. And people were like, I can't believe this, because we saw every poll that told us that there was no way that Donald Trump could win. Then, remember, it was shock and awe for everybody. Now, this to me is, first of all, this to me is the playing out of what we have seen all year. What we've known is underlying, right? Remember when I told you I was not scared of Donald Trump because I grew up next to him?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up next to him. There are Donald Trumps all over the world. And I also told you that my timeline started to get silent, right? Like people stopped talking and they were like, look, this time too, I think people know that the white, silent, right people who find no problem with Donald Trump exist. And I think like when we heard Mark Brown this morning saying that his wife's stomach was all aflutter because she thought, like, I think people thought that there was some hope that, I think there are some white people that thought that other people wasn't going white.
So I think in that original Hillary Trump win, there was this like collective feeling like, oh, I can't believe this is who America is, right? Like we all forgot where we were. What happens if he wins tonight? What do we go into this next?
We got to sit out 4 years.
Next presidential cycle.
Do we sit out another 4 years?
Are you talking black people, Maze, or are you talking about?
Let's talk about all of America. Why are we accepting this? At what point? Even for the white folks. I mean, he's done some outrageous things.
No. Like I was telling Maze and Ruthie, Claire was in 7th grade, I think, or something. And when Donald Trump won, she went to school and 2 teachers were crying all during the whole day. They're like, sorry, I can't help it.
But I'm going to tell you.
And they're white, by the way.
And I'm going to tell you that I think that this whole,
Florida goes to Trump.
209. Florida didn't go to Trump. It's 209. What did I call it before? 209 is 20. Look, Joe Biden is getting closer. He's inching closer. It's 209 to 118. But we haven't seen Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, or North Carolina, which are all, and Texas,
yeah.
which all lean towards Trump. So I think that while this number looks big right now, it's gonna close up pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see
it will close up. Yeah.
You're gonna see this gap close because if you add 38 votes from Texas, right? You're already back into you're gonna, and then all of the big states. Trump is playing in the big states. He's playing in the big states. We knew. This map is almost looking the same. Now, I think what you're going to be looking at is Arizona and Nevada. And no votes came out in Nevada. Now, the thing we got to watch in Nevada.
What's going on with Nevada? That says like 0.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Well, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock, right?
Well.
So Nevada probably just doesn't start. They don't start, huh?
I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. So they just now are probably starting to report. They called California. They probably called the West Coast because they already knew what it was, right? You know that the coastal
states. Yeah, like
states,
here, the polls closed and they were like, Biden won.
Biden won, right.
That's
right. But I would be interested to see, you know what I want to look at? How many votes did Donald Trump get in Cook County? Donald Trump got almost 1,793,852 votes in Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see what he got in Cook County. I got to see what he got in Cook County. Look, I am going to say that this Kim Foxx race is pretty much over. Kim is up with 91% of the vote counted. Kim is up 52 to 40.6%. Lauren Underwood is eked ahead of Jim Oberweis. It is a dead heat, though. They are literally less than 1,000 votes apart.
Wow. I'm disappointed in America. Usually, America will reject someone who is so blatantly racist. I mean, if you look at history,
was that? Did you
no,
experience
if you look at history in that last century, that happened a few times where somebody just came up and was like, "Hey, let's get rid of all immigrants and all that stuff," and they lost. They always lost. Donald Trump, for some reason, is bucking that trend. I don't know why.
You know why? You want to act like you don't know why,
well,
but
I mean,
you know why.
I know white people are racist.
White people go
but they
white.
don't like to think.
Racist.
But there's another dynamic at play too, though, right? The economy is shifting. There's a lot of change happening, and they're looking for someone to blame. You know what I mean? It's just the natural breakdown. When people are up against the wall, they look for someone to blame for their problems. So as we move into this kind of digital economic space, and you got to think, man, I went to high school in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, right? None of those people I graduated high school with had an expectation of going to college. The expectation was to leave senior year and go to work for Quaker Oats or John Deere. And Quaker Oats and John Deere were going to create a lifestyle for them that would probably make $100,000, have 2 F-150s in the garage and a nice plot of land. Right. And they really hadn't achieved
and a low cost of living.
Comparison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In comparison to, let's say, someone living in our neighborhoods, you got to have 2 master's degrees to kind of have that same kind of lifestyle.
Right.
So as that lifestyle starts to dwindle away, and they still have this mindset of these are our jobs, right? These jobs have been shipped to, these jobs are being pushed to, these jobs are going to. The backlash is going to be we're angry. It is what it is, and what Trump represents is a fulfillment of that anger. He gives them somewhere to point that anger towards. So, I think he's the natural creation of this environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. White people are They want they want to have what they used to have, complete control over the nation, and jobs and positions, and they found that in the last decade that has fallen off. And he keeps on saying, I'm going to bring stuff back, and I'm going to do all this for you and you and you and you. And they believe him, even though half of what he says is a hoax. He's P.T. Barnum. He's the greatest showman on earth. But if they believe him, that's all that counts. So he gonna make this a real race, that's for sure. Or they're going to make it a real race. But I'm still hoping for the best.
Well, you know what, Todd? I am. So have you given up?
No, I haven't given up. I don't think he hadn't won. No, shoot, we don't know what's going to happen.
Where you gonna go if he, Todd? Where you think you go? What you gonna do if it doesn't work out right?
Pray for my children. I'm not concerned about me no more.
You're not worried about yourself. You know what? You got to worry about your kids.
Right.
You know what? So I'm gonna tell you what. Get that one over there too. I mean, Herb. All right. So I'm gonna tell you what, man. I am. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think Donald Trump is going to pull it out?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. I thought that 4 years ago.
I thought he was going to lose, and I still do.
I called that one 4 years ago, too, as a matter of fact. It's on. It should have been on. You turned it all the way off. All right, y'all. So, look, I'm going to tell y'all what. We have got, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. 2, you got anything else you want to get off your chest, my brother?
Yeah, just, man, tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Ain't no way. Hold on.
I said what I said. Herb and 2, the greatest show on What's in it for the Black people. So I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey, y'all, that is my man, Tucson Werner. You can catch him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3, right here on What's in it for the Black People Media. All right, when we come back from this break, we are going to bring Ruthie Moore back, and we are going to find out what's going on with Willie Wilson. Plus, don't forget, we still got Fox 32, and I think we're going to sneak Herb Howard into this joint as well. Shout out to Tucson Werner with the extra. He got 4 braids, y'all. 4.
You know what I'm saying?
He got
I'm draping around here. I'm draping, baby.
That's because he got real money, man.
He got that that Big Bang.
People with no money only got one bread.
Big Bang take
I got real love out here. I got real love out here. So
I heard that. He got real love in the streets. I'm going to tell y'all what. Shout out to I Said What I Said doing their thing. We are all one giant, big old family. I'm just the best in the family. But that's all good. Much love to all of them. We'll be back right after these quick messages.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Why? Why? Because someone told a great guy no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released, what I tell myself about no, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection. And your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm going to create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the black people is the truth. Not always that you want to hear. It's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access. And who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Hard work, we're on the go. Hard work.
He is joining Chicago famous Mr. Rick Party.
I remember meeting the Brat before she was big. We were going to Jack the Rapper conference in Atlanta.
Jack the Rapper again.
So she's sitting, waiting for a plane. She got her braids in her hair, got her overalls on, and she saw me walk up to the gate. She's like, Rick's Party, oh my God! She's doing all of that. I said, well, who are you? She goes, I'm the Brat. I'm a new rapper from the, I live on the West Side. I'm with So Def. I'm about to meet Jermaine Dupri. I did some on Chris Cross's song. I think it was it The Bomb or something like that? Or
Right.
Yeah. She did some on there. So that was my introduction to her. So she would come back to my show every now and then and help me introduce the Coke Top 99. I remember we played a home jam and had people judge her song, right? And some people were like, it's all right, it's okay. And she's like, yo,
Wow.
Straight West Side, man. It was crazy.
Straight West Side.
Yeah, so.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
Watching Election Night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Tahaj Stroger, plus Ruthie Moore. The team is all back together. Y'all got them. I felt the same way with these Whiz dudes all up in our space. Something about your chair feel funny, right? It's like, it's a little hot.
The real party outside.
I see y'all. First of all, I just need to tell y'all, I just want to point this out. They are outside the studio, and don't drink the last bit of that, because I would like a piece of that. They drinking the Look, can I tell you something, Todd? I got a 30-year-old bottle of scotch out there. I walked by, and I'm like, what y'all drinking? They was like, whatever that is in the brown bottle with some 7-Up. I was like, you took my 30-year scotch and put some dang on turned it into champagne.
Champipple.
I'm like,
it was smooth.
I bet it was smooth.
I think Ruthie came back with some. You got some tomato sauce on your jacket. You've been eating and drinking, having a good time out there.
Things are heating up. Things are heating up as we speak. It seems as though right now in Florida, it looks like Florida will be called for Donald Trump. Currently, Donald Trump is up, with 98% of the votes reporting. Donald Trump has what looks like a 4-point lead. In Georgia, with 70% reporting, Donald Trump looks to have a 10-point lead. In Iowa, with 73% of the people reporting, wait a minute, Iowa still looks like a toss-up. But they seem to be having it in the Trump category. In Michigan, Trump is apparent with 47% of the vote. Trump is leading by almost tied 11 points.
Yeah.
If we look at North Carolina, Trump, they are reporting with 94%. Trump is leading in North Carolina by 2 percentage points. In Ohio, Trump is running away with 92% reporting. He is up by 8 points. In Pennsylvania, Trump, right now with 49%, Trump is up 13 points. In Texas, Trump is up with 75% reporting. He's up 4%. In Wisconsin, with 62% reporting, Trump is up 51-46. Ty, this looks like it's going to be crazy. What's going on? Is everything all right? Are we looking? What? Let me tell y'all. So, I guess we didn't bring y'all back. So, in case you missed all of that, I am wondering, look, right now, Donald Trump, Joe Biden is showing 209. Trump is showing 118, but we have not seen the numbers come in. Now, right now, Trump is running away with, Joe Biden is leading in Minnesota. They have him, no results in Nevada. They also have Joe Biden leading Donald Trump in Arizona and New Mexico and Colorado. Boy, this is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, that's what I expected. It's going right down to the end. There's plenty of white people who would like to see the revolution happen.
I'm going to tell you like this. I'm going to tell you this is too close. Because here's the other part. Right now, Donald Trump is also leading in the popular vote. Now, ordinarily, that wouldn't make a difference. But Donald Trump's people forget. Wait. Joe Biden has now taken the popular vote. Wait a minute. Nope, he's still a little bit below Donald Trump in the popular vote.
Man, there's a lot of what they call absentee ballots that'll come in and such. Things will change.
Okay. Well, we're going to pay attention what's going to go on. So I think what we saw, though, here's what I think is interesting. And I think if you take a page out of what Jonathan Swain told us, he said that it all kind of balanced out, right? When we talked to Jonathan Swain, he said there was he was like, how people voted, the way they voted was different. But the fact that the same amount of people, which is what I was telling you this morning. Right? Mm-hmm. I don't see like this overwhelming wave of people who are not politically connected to go to the polls. But speaking of people who are not politically connected, we are looking to see Dr. Willie Wilson has already lost the race for U.S. Senate. Mm-hmm. But that wasn't really the race, Ruthie. The reason we had you covering it was because we was trying to go to Washington, D.C. with Dr. Wilson and his new party. What's going on there?
All right, so Dr. Willie Wilson is at 4.11%.
Oh man, he's moved up in the world.
Well, he was at 4.11%.
Mm-hmm, that is per this WTTW.
So he needs 0.9 tenths.
Can he do it?
Can he do it? What percentage of the vote is already counted?
So right now we are at 72%.
Oh, I think, and it depends on where they come from. I want to look and see how he did in the black wards and townships. I want to see that black people, like the black people help him, or did they fail him?
I want to know how he did in Decatur and Quincy and East St. Louis.
Yeah. I want to know how he did in Bolingbrook because he had a whole bunch of signs in Bolingbrook. All right, y'all. What other races? Oh, we're also watching the Lauren Underwood versus Jim Oberweis race because that is a white people going white. I think we can pretty much call the Kim Foxx race done, in my estimation. All right. I think we can pretty much call that a wrap. Congratulations to Kim Fox. We're going to call that. I can't see unless there's some crazy absentee number that comes in, which I don't see. Also, looks like the scare tax is with 65%. They are down by 6 points.
I have not seen that leading yes all night.
No, and it's not going to. Guys, Jim Oberweis with 79% of the vote has moved ahead of Lauren Underwood. Now, if that happens, that is the epitome of white people doing white. You know, we need to be looking at Sean Casten and Jeannie Ives, too. That's another race.
He was beating her pretty well early.
Nope, it's 1 percentage point away in favor of Casten right now.
Things change.
Literally. Well, it's a 2 point spread right now. With only 32% of the vote counted. Yeah, that could be that. That to me says that if that happens, that says that white people want a return to law and order. You know, I was wondering what I was trying to compare this election to was what it must have been like during the Nixon-Reagan era when they were governor-president, right? When there was all this civil unrest, when the Panthers, when everything was happening, and America knew after all of those assassinations and everything that was happening and people were fed up, Americans chose law and order. They chose law and order, and we have heard Ruthie talk to us about that narrative. Ruthie? You don't know, man. These white people out here whiting. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. If Jim Oberweis, you know, I keep thinking of Jim Oberweis with the helicopter commercial.
Yes.
Remember he had the helicopters, and it was like they were chasing the illegal aliens across the fence, across the border.
We always joke and call his stuff Oberprice instead of Oberweis.
But have you ever had ice cream?
Yes.
It tastes pretty nice.
It's quite delicious.
I got a birthday card. I got my birthday card. I'm because Jim, and when I see Jim Oberweis, I always say, "Hey, Jim,
you in that Moo Club?"
Yes. See, look, we gotta keep an eye on you. We learning so much about Ruthie. We gonna have to keep an eye on you.
If you are lactose intolerant, if you find ice cream that does not make you lactose intolerant, just saying,
it doesn't make you that. Jim Oberweis they don't put no.
It's either too many hormones or it ain't enough. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. We're going to talk about this. You know what? Speaking of lactose intolerant, my mom made me them deviled eggs. So I think I'm going to go try one of those.
Oh, and thanks for the cheesecake, Tennille.
First of all, y'all better not be eating my cheesecake.
We can't drink the liquor. We can't eat the cake. What can we do?
Dang, I didn't know there was a cheesecake. I didn't eat some of that.
You can come right back after this message. We'll be back.
WIIFTBP.
I was going to ask you, so, growing up, did you ever have an old racist family in your neighborhood? Did you have one live next to you or one down the street? Just somebody's house that you know on the block, you didn't want to go nowhere near that house. The neighbor who was directly behind us had a real problem coming outside seeing my white mother and my black father.
We got us the gun line.
This dude built an 8-foot fence, more like 10 foot.
So they put up the Huck Finn joint.
Exactly. That shit looked like a castle. You know, my dad, he's a big guy, football player guy. My dad guy who walks over there.
Old school
and
black.
He's like, yo, I don't appreciate these apples in my yard. He's like, motherfucker, we don't even have an apple tree. These are your apples.
Do you like apples?
Your kids are throwing apples over here. Okay, there's that little space, but there's still a fence. So they're right there looking at each other.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
And I said something like, yeah, Dad. And that dude said, shut up, you little monkey. Leroy stuck his hand over the fence. You're gonna die, clown! Grabbed dude by the neck.
Run.
And proceeded to pull him halfway over this fence. Like, finish him. Mrs. Wheeler comes running out. Oh, Leroy, don't do that. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. My dad was getting ready to kill this dude. And within 6 months, that guy moved away.
Don't cross the gun line, boss.
Right, the gun line, boss.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
What's in it for the black people? What's in it?
What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. What's in it for the black people? What's in it? What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. For the black people. 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 What's in it for the black people? Let's hear it. What's in it for the black people? Don't fear it.
You are watching Election Night 2020. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host, Todd Stroger, and Ruthie Moore. The morning show squad is in the building trying to get this thing done right. We got to show y'all how it gets done. We are covering the races that matter most to black people. I'm going to go ahead and jump out on a limb and call the Kim Foxx race a dunner. It's over.
OVA.
OVA.
That's right.
I'm also going to take a stab at this one. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think the graduated income tax is going to pass? I don't think it's going to make it.
No,
They got to get 60. They got to get 2/3. Or was it 2/3? 2/3. 60% of the votes. People got to say yes. If you skip it, it counts as
It's
a
a no, right?
Yep.
Does that, if it does not pass, does that mean that JB gets a refund from old boy?
Oh, no. Let me just say this. If you had $50 million and you blew it and you ain't hired nobody black from Chicago, you should get a pumpkin. Pumpkin. Look that up. You don't know what that is in Georgia. I'm going to just tell y'all. Can you imagine coming home tonight after spending $50 million?
That's a lot of money.
I mean, think about that. That's what you get for not hiring nobody black from Chicago. Go ahead back to Georgia with that bull.
But you know what I'm gonna recycle all of the mailers that I got. I'm gonna do my duty and recycle them. I ain't gonna even throw them in the trash.
So this is what I want you to do. I want you. How many residents in Illinois? Let's look that up and then let's divide 52 million into that, and let's see how much they spent to lose per person. Divided into the number of votes that turned out. So with $1 million, with 2 million votes.
But didn't Governor Pritzker say if the fair tax didn't pass that he was gonna have to make a whole bunch of more cuts? Didn't he try to scare us a little bit?
That's why I call it the scare tax.
That's funny how everybody says scare. It ain't about scare. That's about numbers. Yes.
So what's gonna happen? What you think, Todd? What do you mean by jobs gonna be cut?
He's gonna have to get rid of people.
How about tell him to give us a rebate from them 25% of the buildings that Mike Madigan took from us? Can we get a rebate? Oh, no, we want to do that. That's not even touching.
Look, are you running for office?
No.
Then stop pontificating.
No. I got a damn network. I'm a pontificate. You can't even spell it. Spell it.
Pont.
De Leon-tificate. All right. So, fair tax looks like it's going to go down. Look, y'all. Yeah. White people whiting. Jim Oberweis increasing the lead.
Uh-oh.
Look, could the Democrats pick up seats in the House? Is that possible? What's going on? Did we find out what's going on with the Sean Casten, Jeannie Ives race? Let's find out what's going on with that. Bobby Rush has gone on, even though Felonice White got 71,000 votes. Robin Kelly mollywops Teresa Rayborn.
That was over super early.
How about this one?
Immediately.
How about this? Marie Newman.
Wasn't that a close race? It was close when we first looked at it.
It was super close. She only beat.
We got it at.
What is going on out there, y'all?
You want me to go check it out?
Go check them out and figure what they're doing. They bouncing a basketball.
Oh,
we trying to do a political show around this mug. What you think you are? Don't make me do a Mike Love on you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, you got to remember that district. Dan Lipinski was a conservative Democrat,
right? And don't forget, they also had in that precinct they voted for a Nazi. Right?
Yeah,
they
that's
had a
true
precinct
too.
that a Nazi won.
That's
that Mount Greenwood area. First time in 40 years, though, that area will not be represented by a Lipinski. Chuy Garcia won his race. Mike Quigley, Todd's favorite, won his race. Jeannie Ives is down by a little less than 4,000 votes with only 31% of the vote counted.
Ooh.
That's interesting. Danny Davis. Danny Davis molly-whopping people.
You know what all this shows us?
What?
Nothing.
That black people, that you and me, Ruthie, and all the rest of our neighbors, we should never cross, 26th Street to shop again.
Man.
if we don't keep our own money, we through, because they trying to kill us.
So check this out. In the race to retain Judge Thomas Gilbride, looks like he is going to pull it out. Wait a minute. For the Supreme Court, is it 2/3?
No, I thought
simple majority.
Yeah,
I thought 60%.
Oh, I thought it was a no. I think you got to just win, don't you? I mean, don't you run against somebody? It's not a retention race, is it?
He's running. Yeah, he's running to bounce this up. Yes or no?
Oh, well, I think he's got to get 60%, doesn't he?
Let's find that. Let's look that out, because if it is, he's gonna lose. Yeah, he could lose that, and that would be a direct repudiation of Mike Madigan. Maybe Christian was a little bit further off. Is anybody out there watching? What are you all seeing? What is going on? Somebody needs to go to we need a White House correspondent.
I heard, they were out. Somebody put in the comments that they were out there uprising.
Who's uprising?
Yes, that's what I heard. Somebody
the
was
white
like,
people.
I gotta go. I got more seat to check this out.
The white people?
You know it's the white people.
The Antifas or the Trumpsters?
Both of them.
Let me tell y'all what.
Oh, I mean that's a fight.
If Trump win, the Antifa finna get a molly whopping. Cause them white boys coming. I'm telling y'all now, don't be out there at them peaceful protests. Cause it ain't gonna be peaceful. Trump win.
There's nothing peaceful about Antifa.
Okay, so now see, you sound like Trump saying there are fine people on both sides.
No, I'm saying Antifa. They know how to fight. They come armed. They're ready.
But the poor black people. That's
I forgot to say. Hans told me that.
Look, Hans is an Antifa warrior at night. He is the logistics coordinator. He's dropping off the supplies.
Yeah, that's right. Dropping off water bottles.
Frozen ones.
Right.
Frozen ones, and not. I hope he ain't dropping off the bricks. I also want to see what's going on with that Michael Tuman race. Does he make it? Does he make it through that race? What else y'all got going on? Okay, so wait a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in front of the White House. There's a lot of people.
A lot of people acting up.
They recently just put a new non-scalable fence around the White House though in anticipation for this.
They have resist posters on there. They have pictures
of people started putting
Can I'm telling y'all, let me tell y'all. That's cuz look, they I told y'all it would be more problems.
It's called the Black Lives Matter Plaza.
I'm telling y'all now, there was more problems. You think you had a fight with the white supremacists? Mm-hmm. These Antifas finna be running around here and they gonna be knocking white people out.
I think it's funny that the plural is Antifas.
Or it could. Well, I could be.
What you see, Mace?
I am seeing that Jim Oberweis is stretching out.
I saw that. They turned it red. I saw that too.
He's stretching out. He is stretching out on Lauren Underwood.
He probably handed out ice cream samples or something.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you, they snuck on Lauren Underwood in that, and I think that was the white people feeling good, and they was like, "Hold on, remember she's over in the Naperville area. Remember that was Naperville's where they was like Negra.
It's Negress.
Negress. Okay, look, y'all. I'm trying to see the map. Somebody come over here and refresh this map so I can understand. Cause Sonya got the fresh. I got it. Oh Lord, y'all. So,
what would a Lauren Underwood loss mean? Like, what is her contributions to black people?
None. It wouldn't. Lauren Underwood would not really be a contribution to us.
Okay.
Laura. In my estimation, Lauren Underwood was not our congressperson, right? She didn't really represent black folks, and quite frankly, to hold her spot, she had to really take on the persona of a white woman.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Mace.
So it's like I don't, and quite frankly, Lauren Underwood was an Obama creation, right? I remember when the white folks came to me about her, and I was like, I mean, I'm not in that race. I'm not gonna hurt the sister, but the reality was they sold her as a nurse over health care during the Obamacare when everybody was worried about pre-existing conditions, and when Obamacare was on the ballot. And she took the hard stance against, was it Holmgren?
Yeah, Randy Holmgren.
Against Randy Holmgren, who was against Obamacare. And so it was that during that sweep when white folks was like, oh, we feel guilty. But they was like, hold on, y'all been burning up stuff. And I just think that when they see the match, and they see Black Lives Matter, Lauren Underwood, every commercial, like, I think she shouldn't even put herself in the commercials. You laughing, and all the white people who was in Naperville was like, wait a minute. How many of them are your cousins?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I'm just going to tell you that, like in the old days, I used to think, there were people who would advise people not to put their picture on the candidate or whatever. And I'm saying
one of the judges in domestic relations was a guy named Ron Riley, tall black guy. He said his picture never appeared on his, but he had an Irish name and he knew it would get him through, and he won countywide.
Right, exactly. You know what, y'all?
Oh, but Lauren Underwood is not important. I agree with Maze, not to us as black people.
Do you think she even went to Black Caucus meetings?
But she's important to the dynamic of the House.
Yeah, okay. She's important to the majority.
Yeah.
Right. So, but the challenge I think with that is how many of those people that get elected to those swing districts. I always say if you get elected to a swing district, black people can hang it up. They can hang it up because they know they got you. You know you ain't gonna. You live in Naperville, you voting for. So she ain't gonna never talk to your issues.
No,
never.
Amazes. I mean, I've seen it in real life where in the state house, those swing districts that Maze is talking about,
or Barack Obama. Go ahead, but that's all no.
I mean, they depend on the black folks, but they cater to the white folks because they figure that the white folks may leave. So they do everything for the white people.
And the black people be like, we got to, it be on us to save them.
Yeah, basically.
It'd be on us to save them. Unfortunately for this, there is not anything. Look, y'all, it is 10:45, so we got to get ready because at 11:15, I'm going to be going live with Fox 32. And we're going to be talking. Todd is going to sleep. Todd, you going to make it?
No, I was just thinking, he going on TV? I'm going home.
Todd, you want to catch me on TV? I was like, Todd is probably thinking to himself, good Lord, I got to be up in the morning. You can wear the same thing. We won't tell nobody. Just take the towel.
Yeah, right.
I
Nobody
can't wear
will
this
know, right?
because these highlights is cooking me. I'm going to be smart. I came in here in the morning. Y'all be like, you missed a shower or something? All right, y'all. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back. Election 2020.
If you've been waiting to hear from Herb. He coming up soon.
Oh, is Herb coming? Oh, yeah. When Todd leaves, we going to put Herb on. And then, Herb out there drinking 30-year scotch.
Yeah, he was drinking water.
He was drinking 30-year scotch with ginger ale. Yeah, I don't know if Herb even deserved to get on air. All right, y'all. Look, we're going to talk about it all when we come back. This is Election Night 2020, covering the races that matter most to black people. Y'all, I'm calling Kim Foxx a winner. I think the fair tax is a loser. That's what they get for not giving us no daggone cannabis access.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what you get. All right, y'all. We'll be back after
Are
this.
you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
What's up, good people? If you didn't tune in to the last I Said What I Said, here's what you missed. Special thanks to Love McPherson.
And when you talk about object sex, you in objectifying that woman, you glorify pieces of her. And let me tell you something. If you think that doesn't matter, it does. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. I looked at a video and I was looking at these young boys, these teenagers, and they were like, do you like black women or white women? I like white women. I like white women. And first I felt some kind of way. Then you know what happened to me? I started listening to them and they said, why did you like the white women? Because they'll do anything for you. Yeah, the white hoes.
Bitch, you is a hoe. Bitch, you is a hoe.
And I thought pornography has elevated what the white woman will do for you, the objectifying of her. And this is why we don't realize, even in our spaces, the black man is shut down because he doesn't know the power of his seed like the white man knows the power of his seed.
Oh, look, just like milk.
He doesn't realize that you sit up there coming into my neighborhood, objectifying my white women because you say they do it better than your women is a problem. They don't do it to them, but they won't bring that out, and they will not allow you to do that to their women.
I said what I said. Herb and 2, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIIFTBP.
You are listening to Election Night 2020. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my team back in the building. Shout out to Todd Stroger in the building. Todd is on his last leg. He is doing the countdown till 11 o'clock. Ruthie Moore. Ruthie, you gonna hang?
You know it.
Ruthie, you know what, Ruthie? I got to keep an eye on you. But you know what? Ruthie Moore is around here.
Ruthie must sleep like a baby.
Wait, we got to come back in the morning?
Yeah, you know we gotta come back in the morning. And Sonia, if you don't want to go up north, I'm sure you can stay at the spare bedroom we got if you need to.
Well, la-ti-da.
La-ti-da.
Wait, hold on. Me and Todd, we don't want to go all the way back to the south side.
Yeah, we are on the south side.
Well, we south. This just south.
Yeah, this ain't really south.
This is north south. This is north south.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. So look.
That math you was doing on the break, though, Maze.
All right, so I'm going to do the math on the break, right? On the math on the break, I feel like I'm watching some of these and they don't want to let these votes go. So here's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at Joe Biden with these states being called already at 209 electoral votes, okay? 209 electoral votes. And I'm going to say, let's look at the states that are left on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Maine, Colorado's already been called, and so has New Mexico. So right now with 209 votes on the board, it seems like there's no path to victory for Joe Biden.
I will say that someone has said to me, Pennsylvania alone has 2.2 million uncounted votes.
And I think that in Pennsylvania, and I think this is what you're looking at now is the grasp of desperation, right? I think that here's what I think you're seeing. I think that we anticipated that. I think in our mindset, everybody thought that 80% of the people that were early voting were going to be all Democrats, right? I don't think that that's what happened. I think what's happening right now is we are seeing that white folks voted proportionally, and they voted in their own self-interests. Now, I am not calling the race, but if I was to look at this race right now and do the math, Ruthie, I'm going to go through this real quick. So right now, Joe Biden, if you count everything that he's got, they're showing him with 209 electoral votes. Here's what's left on the table. Here's what's left on the table. I got you. What's left on the table right now is Nevada.
Okay.
So right now, add 6 votes to 209 for Joe Biden. That's 209 plus 6 makes that 215. Let's then go to Arizona, and let's say that Arizona, which has 11 votes, goes to Joe Biden. So what do we say? 215 plus 11 makes that 226. Let's go to Minnesota, which has not been called. Minnesota has 10 votes. So that would be 36. 236, that would put Joe Biden at. And then the only thing left out would be Maine with 4 votes. It does not seem to me that if this holds up, that Joe Biden has a path to victory. Now, even looking at that, though, let's put Pennsylvania back in play. Where are we at right now? What do we say, 246? So if you put Pennsylvania back in play with 20 votes, that's still 266.
Wow.
That's still 266. Yo, y'all, it looks, I'm not calling it.
Todd, chime in.
Hey, man.
Ruby, I need some hope.
Todd, chime in.
He's doing his math. How am I going to say his math is wrong, I mean,
but you're looking at the map too, right? Do you see the same thing that Mays is seeing?
Well, I gave you the Pennsylvania. Mays don't want to believe, fat meat is greasy. So no. I told you that Pennsylvania has too many votes out, and that doesn't even include other states that aren't counting those ballots until after the election. So who knows?
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting you right now with the numbers we have, you could literally give Joe Biden Pennsylvania, and he still does not have a path to victory. He got to get to 270. So if we are at 246, and I give you the 20 that is already leaning towards that, that's 266. Y'all?
And I don't want to hear nothing about the Electoral College need reforming unless y'all want to talk about giving black people reparations.
Now let me ask you a question. If Trump wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, what would that say?
Nobody is expecting that.
What would that say?
It would say this is America.
Is that Sonya? Sonya, I like your new sultry voice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
This is an interesting turn of events.
What are you talking about? I knew this would be close.
No, Todd. You were sure that because I
thought Biden would win. I thought Biden would win, but that doesn't mean that. Well, that doesn't mean I'm right, but it also means. But I didn't think anybody was going to run away with it either side.
Okay.
No way.
All right. So
too many races in the world, and black people don't care enough. Yes, I'm going to put it on black people. Yes, it's all your fault.
See? No, what y'all
Todd getting sleepy.
Look,
yeah, right. Y'all getting sleepy.
Y'all better get these white women. I'm just saying. Where y'all white women, y'all Latinos? Look, y'all.
I'm with you, Maze. It's really those suburban enclaves that like to think that they're not racist.
Guys.
Let me refresh.
Refresh.
Yeah. Change something, will you, Ruthie?
Let me refresh my map.
Y'all, this don't look good. This, I'm gonna tell y'all. What are all the other stations saying? Can we get some? I know I don't want to refer to anybody else. Beulah, we're looking at the 205. You're a little bit late. We're looking at 209, 118 right now. Right? But what you're looking at, so in case you missed this, right now, Joe Biden, in my estimation, does not have a path. If everything holds up the way that it is right now, and these numbers have been coming in pretty crazy. I heard when you come in, I'm going to ask you to make sure you're up to date so you can talk about, just give me the difference of what's left out there. Now, I also need to understand what is still out as relates to early vote. Now, my thing with these early votes, though, is that the assumption for Democrats has been that every early vote was going to them 3-1. Right? As compared to recognizing that there was a silent majority. Now, the other question I got is, how close to accurate are these numbers? Like, Rashawn, I'm giving every state that is left to Joe Biden. I'm giving him Arizona. I'm giving him Nevada. I'm giving him even Pennsylvania. Right? And Maine is the only ones that are out there. I do not see a path to victory. Now, maybe I am incorrect, but Herb, I'm not the smartest guy. You went to where you go to Thunderbirds?
Men lie, women's lie. Numbers don't. Numbers say he doesn't have a path to victory right now. Unless we're missing something, he's probably not going to be the president.
So what does that? Kanye got 50,000 votes. Go, Ye.
Who voted?
Right. So check this out, y'all.
There's a lot of Kardashians.
And they slept with a lot of men, so they could probably, their body count was probably.
Here you go.
My name Bennett.
It must be 11 o'clock. It must be 11 o'clock. The conversation changed.
The conversation ain't gone yet, but let me tell you what. I think we're going to try and make it the whole hour. We're going to try and make it all the way.
Just 1 more hour left.
It's all the way to midnight. Plus, we got Fox 32 tapping in with us at AE at 11:15. So we're going to be going live from Fox 32. Plus, we'll be live on What's In It for the Black People Media. Y'all, I'm going to be tickled. What's up? You got something you trying to say? Okay. All right, y'all. We'll be back after these messages. We'll be right back.
WIIFTBP.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Joining Chicago famous
Tony Scope, was there still that pushback against comedians becoming radio personalities, or was it accepted around that time?
In Chicago, we was used to having some funny on the radio in the morning, so.
I make you laugh. I'm here to fucking amuse you.
Man, I remember one time I was at a Bulls game, and I'm at the little concession stand. This dude in front of me, this little OG dude turned around like, yeah, you that cat, you that dude. that replaced Daniel. We don't like that shit. I'm just like,
word.
Why are you here? I'm like, I'm just trying to buy a hot dog, son. I'm just trying to buy a hot dog. And then what make it so bad when Sam left and I got the job, I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, I'm getting ready to do afternoons. She's like, oh yeah, baby, yeah. I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh yeah. I'm like, I'm replacing Sam. So she's like, hold on. Wait, you replacing Sam Silk? Where's Sam going? I'm like, my mama was upset.
Right, your mama.
Right. I'm like, Mama, did you just hear that let me replace Sam Silk? And she was like, okay. Where's Sam going? But yeah, so I think that was the point where I really realized that, I had a chance of actually making a career.
Chicago famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's In It for the Black People Media.
WIIFTBP.
You are watching live election night 2020. We are watching right now, checking out what is going on. It seems like, Ruthie, you said that they are now saying that Joe Biden has 213 electoral votes. I'm going to tell you, Ruthie, that I still don't see the path. I think that makes sense, but I don't see the path for him to victory.
To pull it on through.
I think we counted him all the way up to
266.
266. He could get all the way up to 266 and not cross the threshold. Herb, I need you to talk to me, man. You've been watching the lanes. Now, I want to also remind you all that very shortly we're going to be going live to Fox 32. Now, when we do, I'm going to have you swing that mic here, and then we will do how we typically do. So we'll be going live from Fox 32 in just a few minutes. But Herb, tell me what you're seeing. You've been behind the scenes crunching the numbers. In case you all do not know, Election Night 2020, we have been rotating in. I want to send a big thanks out to Tucson Werner, the curmudgeon of What's in It for the Black People. I got to send a big shout out to Todd Stroger, who hung all the way till 11 o'clock.
Surprised me.
Mark Brown from the Chicago Sun-Times, Jonathan Swain from the Board of Elections, Joe Walsh, who blew us off, but he's probably still going to try and get in here some way because he's a camera whore.
Kristen
McQuarrie, who is the editor of the Chicago Tribune. Look, y'all, if you want to talk about delivering you top shelf, top people, I think we did it tonight. I'm also tell you how proud I am of us for producing this event. Shout out to you, Herb, because the look, the feel. Shout out to my girl Dawn.
Yeah, huge shout out to Dawn.
Huh? We gotta show the people. Yeah, we got red, white, and blue. The whole thing. Biden is not. I don't know. Somebody's got to tell me what's going on. So Herb, tell me what's going on. Well, can Joe Biden still pull this thing out?
No. Is the short answer, but I do want to commend you all, right? I want to commend you for running point on this thing, and it's been a phenomenal presentation in this entire evening. It's been a very, very successful election night for What's in It for the Black People Media. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in. We certainly could not do it without you all. The whole entire team has pitched in tirelessly. Shout out to Sonia Escobar. She's been here since 4 a.m. She has not sat down. Right. And so that's just been the kind of day around here. Everybody doing what's needing to be done. So shout out to the entire team. But to answer your question, no, I don't see a pathway forward for him. Now, to be honest with you, I didn't think he could win in the first place. I've been saying for weeks or maybe months now that that Donald Trump was going to win this election again. Not because I want him to be the president. I didn't vote for the man, but I just thought that he would win. This is America, and for whatever reason, we seem to struggle with truth in this country. We don't like it very much. We would prefer a convenient lie versus an inconvenient truth. And the inconvenient truth is that lots of people in this country where you live, where you feel so safe and comfortable and you love to be, they feel like Donald Trump. That energy permeates through this country. There are a lot of people who feel that way. Now, you can tell yourself that those people were just created in the last 4 years. That's not true. This is America. Our history tells us that's what we have here. And tonight you're getting to see that again in the numbers, and I know that from the states that have came in already, Joe Biden's ahead. But with the states that are left to come in, and he's not projected to win them, there's no way, there's no path for him to victory for him. As you said, we've always talking about Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Arizona, Trump, Florida, Trump, Ohio, Trump, Arizona. Even if you give Pennsylvania to Biden,
did he get Arizona? Trump got Arizona?
I don't think they've called it yet.
I don't think he's gonna get Arizona.
Okay.
I think they gave him. I think that they in the maps, and I'm just holding on right now.
Yeah.
I think they get. I'm holding on. Here's where I feel about this. So, in the event that Donald Trump wins, where do black people fit in that?
They better look inward. We had better look inward for our solutions. We continue to look outward for these solutions as though our solution is going to come from the White House. It's not going to come from the White House. It's not going to come from the State House. It's not even going to come from City Hall. Our solutions are going to have to come from within. If we look anywhere else for the solutions, we are not going to find them.
I'm going to tell you, Herb. What do you think happens to the Democratic Party in the event that Joe Biden does not win tonight? Can I tell you what? I honestly believe that the Democrats did not expect to win against Joe Biden. I mean, against Donald Trump. I honestly believe that people like J.B. Pritzker, Pete Buttigieg, all wanted to be good team players, but they were all rooting for the demise of Joe Biden's campaign. Like, again, if you think about this, if you're J.B. Pritzker and you are planning to run for president, do you really want Joe Biden to win? And if you want Joe Biden to win, then essentially if you plan to be president, you are essentially giving Kamala Harris the front row ticket.
Right.
And so I told you all, a part of what I said was you gotta watch are white women willing to give up their first shot at the presidency for Kamala Harris, right? Now, Kamala Harris, we already said no.
Right.
We said no.
Right.
Democrats demanded that they put her in the mix. And guys, at this point, I am going to get ready to go to Fox. So let's do this. Sonia, let's take a quick break. I'm going to go to Fox 32, and we'll come right back in a minute. All right?
WIIFTBP. Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
What's in it for the black people? What's in it? What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. What's in it for the black people? What's in it? What's in it for the black people? I'm in it. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people, for the black people, for the black people, for the black people. What's in it for the black people? Let's hear it. What's in it for the black people? Don't fear it. What's in it for the black people? Let's hear it. What's in it for the black people? Don't fear it. For the black people, 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 for the black people. What's in it for the black people? You know it. What's in it for the black people? Let's show it. What's in it for the black people? You know it. What's in it for the black people? Let's show it. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. For the black people. people, for the black 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 people.
For the black people, cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all this, that dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies of the politicians. We need money, no symbolism. It's Maze and Sonya and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we come from God's
Studios, my own station. We're doing actually our own election night coverage, and we are going live with you guys on air.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you. It's nice.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like a very nice setup there.
Yeah, it's pretty colorful. We got all types of crazy stuff going on in here. We got it all piped and draped out right now, so we'll come by one day. You're more than welcome anytime.
Makes sense.
Oh, music. Play music.
Some of those numbers in our election coverage 2020, we see some states are changing colors. So let's check in with Natalie Bumpy for more on that, Nat.
Okay, so we have added Minnesota to the Joe Biden tally. So he is up now 237 to Donald Trump's 210 electoral votes. Again, I know I keep reminding you of this, but the number to win the White House is 270. And you can see we have the states in red for President Trump, the states in blue for Joe Biden. Fox News has projected that Donald Trump will win Iowa as well. So we have given those 6 electoral votes in Iowa to Trump, which brings the tally 210 to Joe Biden's 237, sending it back to you.
The race for 270 continues.
I know Mike has something to say about that.
Well, Minnesota's a place where the Trump campaign spent $1 gazillion hoping to flip that state. You may recall that the president was there. He often inveighed against Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
I hate when people do all this and start being all up here. Like everybody come in and watch and they'd be like, y'all just gonna fucking stare me in the face while I'm trying to do shit.
Poster boy for Democratic misrule. Nonetheless, Democrats carry it again by a substantial margin. What is still hanging in the balance is right next door to Minnesota as you go down I-94, Wisconsin, then take that ferry at Ludington, take that across over to Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And that's the notorious blue wall. Also hanging in the balance there is North Carolina and by some accounts Georgia. I notice if you're into a two-screen experience, if you've got your phone or your computer there, I see the New York Times needle for Georgia, which had been indicating that the president was going to take it by a significant margin, and it looked like it was going to be called soon. Suddenly now the needle says Georgia is very, very close. It's gotten another thing that has happened apparently is that in suburban or in Fulton County, where Atlanta is, election workers have gone home. Too many votes to count. They're exhausted. So we're not going to get a full accounting of those key pro-Biden precincts in Fulton County until tomorrow, apparently. So that's a surprise.
It's over.
Mays, let's talk to Mays Jackson, the well-known radio personality and a guy that we have discussed politics with many, many times. Mays, what do you make of those election workers in Fulton County around Atlanta just saying, oh, the heck with it, I'm going home, I'm going to bed?
You know what? I think it is symbolic of what is going on in America. Everybody is just throwing their hands up in frustration, ready to get this thing over. It also tells me, Mike, that we got to bring the machine back because we need real precinct captains and people who know how to work the polling places. You just can't find good help these days, man.
Well, listen, let me ask you. The president obviously is at least initially here, and again, we've been warned about the red mirage in some states and the blue mirage in other states, but the president appears to be doing far better than Democrats had expected.
Yeah, I think the president. So I think that there were two Americas that were voting. And I think we saw the broadcast, we saw with the George Floyd, we saw one half of America that was in the streets. And we assumed that part of America was speaking for America. But essentially what happened was the people who stayed home, the people who were laying back, the silent majority, they actually roared back in my estimation. We've been saying for a while that we thought that President Trump was going to possibly do and show better than people anticipated. And I would say part of the reason I said that was because Joe Biden's support and Kamala Harris' support amongst black people, while the traditional parties were enthusiastic, anybody that was outside of that bubble was not. And I just don't think that the Democrats did a very good job of convincing people. The other part is I think that we see all along in our timelines that President Trump probably is closer to reflecting the views of Americans on COVID-19, 20, and 21 than the Democrats are. And so I think that it all came together tonight.
So you hate the fact that officials here are telling the restaurants and the bars that they've got to shut down.
I don't hate it. I want to save lives, but I think there's so much inconsistency that nobody knows who to believe. So I can have people over to my house till 10 o'clock, but then they can't come over for Thanksgiving. It becomes confusing. You're telling me that it's the highest time of the year for COVID, but then you're telling us to send our kids back to school, and the Big Ten just starts. I think that what has really happened is Donald Trump was able to play on the confusion and the inconsistency of the Democratic Party. And quite frankly, Americans don't want to hide in their houses. We've never been taught to cower in fear. We've always been taught to get out there and fight. And so I think what you're seeing right now is the conflict of that. And right now it seems to me that Donald Trump is winning that battle.
Well, again, we just want to remind everybody, in fact, Mays, I know you remember in 2018, we all went to bed thinking that the Democrats had only won a few congressional seats in the U.S. House. 2 weeks later, by the time all the votes had been counted, it turned out they'd picked up about 40 seats. It was an historic blue wave in the U.S. House, at least. So Illinois is going to count votes until November 17th. Pennsylvania is going to count votes until Friday. This ain't a done deal, is it?
Well, I would say this is not a done deal, and it's never a done deal. But I don't know if the Democrats have the intestinal fortitude to go through a fight that they feel might test the edges of the Constitution. And what we do know is that Donald Trump will fight all the way to the end. I also want to remind us that Donald Trump really is in control of 3/4 of the government. He has, quite frankly, he has the judicial branch with the Supreme Court. He has the executive branch, and depending on what happens and the way this map looks, he's still going to have the Senate. And so all of those factors combined make me feel like it would be very hard to wrest the presidency away from him, regardless of any mirages, because he's going to use every tool in the toolbox to hold on to power.
Yeah, it is a potentially dismaying prospect, but I know there are literally thousands. I mean, I've talked to Democrats and Republicans. There are literally thousands of lawyers standing by, ready to cash those checks and go into court and pursue actions on behalf of each candidate. And I will say that in addition to Georgia being very close, it appears North Carolina is very close. And we still, there are still apparently a substantial number of votes in those places that haven't been counted that could make up the gaps that currently exist.
We got to see where they're coming from, because if they're not coming from the inner city, I think then Joe Biden's going to have a problem. I really got to see where those votes are still holding out.
Well, Biden appears to have done pretty well in some of the Atlanta suburbs as well, in some white precincts. So again, we'll see how that all shakes out, man.
All right, well, Mike, it's always a pleasure to be with you, man, and I look forward to following up with you guys tomorrow.
You betcha, Maze.
All right, thanks. Great to be with you.
Thanks so much for joining us.
All right.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I could text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing Black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
You ever have one of those moments in Comic View that was just something you were like, wow, I can't believe that just unfolded like that?
Deion Cole will tell you, when he did his first Def Jam, he said he only had 15 minutes of material, but it was so impactful that they booked him, and now he's on the Def Jam tour with the 15 minutes, and he did 7 of them already on Def Jam. So now you got to create build an act. A new production company came in, and they decided, no, if they come out here and they bomb, show it, and put crickets.
Oh yeah,
they started putting little crickets and sound effects, and that didn't work. They would overdo it too. This was funny too. This is another behind the scenes comedy. Those laugh when you see people buckling over and laughing. That might not even be your audience.
They edited that from another.
Dude, you'll look and see this lady in all the episodes. You're like, she must be a paid audience member. How is that lady laughing at everybody's show? I used to do a job like one time. I saw me laughing at me on Comedy View. I'm like, how did I get in the audience on my own special? What are they doing?
Oh man. David Williams.
Those are the days, man.
Man, thank you for stopping by Chicago Famous.
Protected by Women is going both ways. Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Oh, it's going both ways. When do you all stand up and say we are not about to sit here and let you tarnish the reputation of our brother, right? Whether he did good or not, let's be honest. Maybe we didn't reach out to Superintendent Johnson. Maybe we didn't attend the CAPS meetings. Maybe there were some things we could have done in the policing to be better. We don't want to make that admission, but we are not about to let you tarnish the reputation of a man simply because you did what some of us do. We fuck and then we go. You came or you didn't. Apparently, Johnson was good because you wanted the Oscar Mayer wiener. You were trying to get bars sucking on stars. I'm just saying, lady, you did what you wanted to do and you did it well. For 3 fucking years, who gets raped for that long? And you carry a gun every day. You see women who catch their spouses cheating and kill them right then and there. You had the power and the legal ability under 720 ILCS 5 section 7-1 in defense of yourself. You are authorized to use deadly force to stop a forcible felony, but it's hard to stop a forcible felony when you're sucking on it under a melody. I'm just saying, stop with the bullshit. Yeah. I'm not going. Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIIFTBP.
You are watching Election Night 2020. I am your host, Maze Jackson. Got my co-host now in the building, Herb Howard.
What's happening, good brother?
And sitting in with me is my beautiful and lovely wife, president of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, President Carrie K. Steele. So let's do this. First of all, Madam President, welcome to Election Night 2020. Talk to us. What's going on? What have you been noticing? You got to talk to the mic. You seem way back.
Well, first, I'm happy to be here. So thank you for having me here, and congratulations on the studio. Basically, I have been listening to you and noticing the numbers that are coming in. So, I'm not one to give in. So I'm holding out hope and staying prayerful to the very end. I'm excited about Kim Fox, her victory. Mm-hmm. So that's one race that I definitely was watching, and I'm holding on to that, waiting for the next one.
Okay. So you also had some. You were watching some other races that really that often don't get a lot of attention. We also had a race for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. Who was running in that race, and how can we and what should we be expecting there?
And of course, I was watching water reclamation. It just wasn't as nail-biting as some of the other races. But, of course, I'm excited that Kimberly Neely Dubuclay, Ada Sepulveda, and Cameron Cam Davis were all 3 successful. So they will be joining us at the board at the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago in December. So we're super excited about that. Kim and Cam, this was their second time around, or Commissioner Dubuclay and Commissioner Davis. They ran previously for the 2-year spot, which was a completion of someone else's term.
Sure.
So now they were able to run for their full 6-year term. So I know they have to be excited, because once you get that full term and you have 6 years, that's just a great sigh of relief. And Ada, she'll be our newbie now. Ada Sepulveda, she'll be the new commissioner there.
Now, y'all, I'm going to just tell y'all, we endorsed Ada as what's in it for the black people. And y'all know I'm not the biggest black and brown coalition person. However, I will tell you that every time that we have interacted with the Sepulvedas, they have not only talked about it, they have lived it. And then I must say that I'm super proud of Kimberly Neely Dubuclet. You saw her on the Book of Dawn yesterday. That was one of the nicest, one of the best backdrop. She had a grand piano. I was like, good Lord, how much they pay over there? What was y'all doing?
Commissioner Dubuclet is fancy. So she came with it. And I'm excited because we have a very professionally diverse board. We always had one, but we're continuing with that theme. So I think we'll be able to do great things in Cook County.
Madam President, you guys, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You all been doing a phenomenal job, and it's great to add to your team. And I expect, even more great things from you guys in the next 6 years to come. That being said, and you highlighted some of the local elections that are really important, talking about Kim Foxx and others. But to bring this thing back into a national focus, you yourself, Black woman, president, leader, but you're also a member of a historically Black sorority, right? And
what sorority?
Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Rep your set. Rep your set, Prince. That being said, right? Perhaps the other, most well-known sorority, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated with Kamala Harris. Did you think that would be enough to get her to a place where Joe Biden could win this election?
So to the polls, and you better not have took your booty to the poll. What y'all was doing? Y'all was stepping to the polls.
Well,
What's it called?
I have to work, so I was working and voting and going to the polls with my staff and my volunteers and whatnot. So it was a little different for me. But as far as if it was going to give any extra,
sure.
I mean, we all supported Kamala, or we support Kamala, but everyone, I think, in that bubble, we already vote. We're already active.
Right.
So would it add something extra?
Right.
I'm not sure.
Kind of preaching to the choir already.
You're preaching to the choir, and I always stress that all the time, that we have to work outside of the bubble. We have to walk up to people we don't know and tell them what we're interested in and why they should vote.
Sure.
So basically, we
it's one thing to activate the Divine Nine, but by and large, they're already activated.
Right. I don't know a soror that does not vote.
Right.
Hey, okay. I heard that. Madam President, we were watching the presidential race coming in. I know that you are a loyal member of the Democratic Party, so I'm not going to put you on the spot because I have to pay a price for that a little later on.
And
right?
I have to walk out.
But, Madam President, I am watching these results of the election, and it does not seem to be the landslide that Democrats anticipated. What next? What happens tomorrow morning? What do we do tomorrow morning? Keep waiting on the count? Hope that the count changes? I mean, what do we do? And when I say that, I guess my question is, if we know that in the event that Donald Trump is elected, do we sit out government for 4 more years? Can Black people afford that? And as an elected official, how would you advise us to push our elected officials to get something to, like, if we can't, I don't think we can afford to sit down.
You can't sit out.
Okay, so talk to us. What do we do?
I mean, I think we have to get over it. Life goes on. We have to think about what we did wrong, what we can correct, how we're going to move forward and represent all of our constituents and this city. But we have to work with everyone to get things done. Like I'm pretty sure everyone in this room, with us being the same color, we've all worked with people we didn't necessarily like before.
I don't do it
I've
very
never
well,
had
though.
the luxury of being able to pick the people who I click with the most to work with. So the same way you have to negotiate the average person their 9 to 5, that's what we're going to have to do tomorrow or the next day. We're going to have to work with the Republicans.
Madam
to get
President,
what we need.
So here at What's in It for the Black People Media, I am often accused of being very hard on Black women. But I also see the struggles of Black women in power up close. Can you tell me about some of the challenges that you face as a Black woman in power? And, I got to think that some of the days when I'm screaming at the TV and we're sitting together, you got to be saying, you one of them. Talk to me about some of the challenges that you face as being a black woman in power.
The challenge I face being a black woman in power, I think, you might not understand this, but any black female listening understands it's the same challenges you face in the workday every day. Before I was a black woman in power, when I was a black female chemist in the laboratory, it's the same challenges. You're underestimated. You have to gain your respect and prove you're smart to get the respect you need. When you walk in the door, you're not automatically given it.
But if you have the degree, you have the experience, let me ask a question. How do you have to prove who you, I mean, like, look at you. You smart, you beautiful, you are the president of the MWRD. You have ascended to the most powerful spot. Like, what do you have to, like, you still got to prove, what do you have to prove? You are the president now. Like, I mean, I'm sure when you walk in the door, everybody bows down. They like, Madam President, thank you. I know they show you respect of your title. They give you, they don't talk over you. I mean, what are the challenges that you face sometimes?
That's you're just gonna try
it's
to
sweet.
make
It's
me
all
say
good.
it.
I'm not gonna try to make you say it.
I mean, no, and they're the same challenges, and also it cannot. I can say it's general too. Someone's always gonna try to take your spot.
Sure.
So it's that, and then it's just coupled with the things that you normally would go through as a black female.
Okay.
I want to go back to something that the president said a minute ago about what we need to do tomorrow if, in fact, President Trump is reelected, and, you know, being able to pick up the pieces and continue to push forward regardless. I think that in order for Joe Biden to have won this election, he would have needed to win it clearly and outright. I mean, something 8 to 10%, obviously, at least, because I think, to your point earlier about Donald Trump fighting to the end, anything close, he's going to find a way to steal it.
Goes to the runner.
Yeah.
Tie goes to the runner, yo.
You talk about knocking the champ off. Nobody's going to give you the champ's belt. You got to knock the champ out. And if you don't do that, then the champ is probably going to win. You're not going to beat the champ in a decision at the end. You got to clearly win that fight, or it's not going to happen for you. Doesn't look like Joe Biden is going to clearly win this fight. And so if it drags out, then the person who's in the most power at the moment of this being drug out, he's probably going to make enough moves to be able to maneuver himself back into the Oval.
But I'm going to tell you, Herb, you are operating from the standpoint of white people in power. Black people in power tend to be altruistic, right? We try to be fair, and we try to be fair first.
Ain't that crazy?
White folks be like, give me the power, and then I'll be
then I'll decide what fair is.
Right, and I'll be benevolent to you after I have taken the power. I will exercise everything in there. So, Madam President, what other big races were you watching? What? Go ahead.
The presidential race,
Okay.
of course. Senator.
Senator Willie Wilson. Oh, Ruthie Moore, get on your job. We need to find out where Willie Wilson is in this thing. Go ahead.
And then, of course, Kim Fox.
Go Kim.
And the judges are big to me.
Now, why are the judges big to you?
Because they affect your life every day.
Now, there's also, Carrie would tell you that part, but what she would not also tell you is that after her dad was the 6th Ward Alderman, he became a judge and then ascended to become an appellate court judge, and has been very instrumental in electing black judges throughout the process. And so, quite frankly, Carrie used to always be like, what you doing with the judges? And so that was part of my motivation.
Sure.
Because I would see them grind. I'd be like, oh, Lord. But they, they was doing the old school campaign. They was doing the black people campaigns, but they won. Right? They won, and it was great to see that network. I'll tell you what, man. The black judges had a really awesome network, a support network, which is why I was very disappointed to see Cynthia Cobb run against Scott Neville for the Supreme Court race.
Sure.
Grateful that P. Scott Neville did win his Supreme Court space, and we are keeping that, even though he took the spot of Justice Charles Freeman, who was a Sigma man. Sigma's rule.
But it's awesome to know that we still will have an African American in that seat.
Yep, and you say African American, I say P. Scott Neville is black.
He's black.
He black.
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 I had a chance to sit down and talk to him for about an hour over at the Black Star Project. He just happened to be over there, and he stopped through and talked to some, young people we were working with and mentoring. He was real cool dude, real regular, down to earth dude. And it was like, oh, it's cool that there's a Supreme Court justice that's just like a regular person you could talk to.
He's always giving back to the community. Like I can remember from being a kid going to events for the Bar Association and them showing all the kids that he's mentored or helped through law school. So he's someone that was in the community way before he was continuously running for office.
Yep.
Look, y'all, I'm going to tell you that this election, is this election still the most important election of our lives?
I don't think it ever was.
Right, they're all important.
I don't think I don't know why we make these huge distinctions every time. Like we're up against the greatest challenge.
The devil.
Yeah, because people get their feelings hurt, and nobody really cares about your feelings. Least of all, the person who's hurting your feelings, right? So Donald Trump don't care. So you appealing to his sense of morality or his sense of moral that's not a real thing, right? Address the issues for what they actually are and move and plan accordingly. All this, my feelings are hurt, don't really matter, right? He don't really care about your feelings. He's showing you that from jump. America has shown you that from jump. But for whatever reason, we still act like it's an emotional game. It's an intellectual game. Think your way through it, come up with the best strategy to win politics, or you're going to lose every single time. We better get over this. I hope that two things happen. Hope that the black community has learned something in this particular election, and I hope that the Democratic Party has learned something in this particular election and say, wait a minute, maybe we got to start listening to them, because we didn't listen to them this time, and now 2 elections in a row, we going home with the loss.
I'm going to just tell you, me, Carrie Steele, Will Burns, and Lester McCarroll. 4 years ago, about 4 years and a month ago, we sat down with the Hillary Clinton campaign. We sat down with them, my political mentor, Elsie Higginbottom, who said, Mays, I will get you this meeting. And he literally had the campaign manager of of Robbie Mook, as well as Maya Harris, which was at the time, well, still is, Kamala Harris's sister. She was running the diversity program, for diversity and community for Hillary Clinton. And we told them straight up to their face, y'all are not going to win this election if you do not reach out to black people. And I will never forget them distinctly telling me, this is not, we have a new coalition. And it is not based on black people. It's based on black, white, Asian, and Latino. It was that people of color thing. Yeah. And guess what?
That's not real.
The only people who did not have a choice and still tend to not have a choice are the black people, and the white people did. Yes, Carrie.
And we went through something like that this time as well.
We did. We sure did.
Didn't you? We sat down. You talked to Kamala. You asked her a specific question.
I tried, man. I be trying, and it's like.
But before that, we had a lunch and talked about the importance.
Oh my God, we sat down.
You need to explain in some a little bit. We talked about the importance of reaching out to black people and making sure not only that you reach out to them, but that when you're out in the community, we see someone that we can relate to on your team working and asking for your vote.
Remember, so check this out. They organized a.
She wore Tim's, President.
Chuck's. But it was funny because
she's not in the community.
Right, exactly.
That part.
Look, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all what. We got one more break to go, and then we are gonna wrap this thing up. We gonna Herb, we gonna call it tonight, or we gonna call it tomorrow. I think we gotta wait a little bit. So let's not burn our name up.
On I Said What I Said, we have one prevailing question.
What is it? Can you
whoop my ass though? And Donald Trump asked that question quite clearly, and Joe Biden could not answer with the impact of, say, the uppercut we saw 2 nights ago, right? Can you whip my ass, though? And it don't look like he can whip that man's ass. And
now, let me just say this. If y'all think that them hillbillies and them trucks is giving up tonight after this.
No chance.
No. All right, y'all. We're going to be right back after these messages.
WIIFTBP.
Maze Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like Maze said. Randy said a Jukeathon Day.
Man, we're about 60 years old. I be done had a heart.
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah?
I don't like that one.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right. Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
WIIFTBP.
Listening to Election Night 2020, y'all. It has been 5 hours of straight coverage. Willie Wilson, Ruthie, did he get his?
Not yet. I still got hope. He had 4%. We need 1 more percent.
We need 1 whole percent. Come on, Willie, pull it through. We want that 5. We want that. I want
that new party.
Yep. We want Dick Durbin to have to pay the price for that. Let me also say that looking at the turnout tells me that Tammy Duckworth could be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Mark Curran, as a Republican, got almost 47% of the vote tells me that Tammy Duckworth is vulnerable. In the Kim Foxx race, Kim Foxx pulls it out.
Good.
She pulls it out. I am excited for that. I was a little nervous.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
I think that she benefited from the Joe Biden turnout, but I cannot wait to see. We want palm cards from all the white wards because I think that there needs to be a price to pay for all of the white people, and for that guy Brendan Riley, Riley, who went against her.
Sure.
He should be getting a phone call tomorrow, collecting his committeemanship. He should join the Republicans. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was treason.
Yes, that was definitely treason.
Yeah.
Democratic treason.
Yeah, it was.
This fair tax looks like the scare tax is done. $52 million. Good
Lord, that's a lot of money.
Good Lord, that's a lot of money. And didn't no Negroes get damn none. I'm just saying. $52 million.
Yeah.
Sort of like that's what you get for cannabis.
Right.
Nah.
Right.
Nah, boo boo.
Let's be real. No matter what they do with the taxes, how many of those resources are actually going to make their way to the ground level in our communities? Whatever they do with the taxes.
I don't know.
Do it in 6 minutes.
You know what gave me a different perspective on the fair tax, on the graduated income tax? Because at first I said,
It's
the
called
wealthy
scare
people
tax.
they should pay more. It just makes sense.
You know, it's only 3,000 millionaires and only 18 billionaires in the state.
Well, let me tell you what you said, my brother Maze, and I said, dang, Maze is right. I hate when Maze be right.
Wow, Ruthie.
Because sometimes I don't want you to be right about stuff, but you said to me, do you really think that a billionaire is not going to find a loophole? And I was like, man, Maze, you are so right.
Just think
That's
about
what
that. Just think about they wrote a tax bill and there was a loophole for private jets and yachts.
Right. Right.
I mean,
that's $30 million write-off right there.
What does this mean to Ken Griffin, though? Is he reigning supreme with his money? Like, what is...
I mean, I think he already bought the Museum of Science and Industry. He bought Mayor Life and he gave her $25 million to take pictures with the penguins.
Bought and paid for it.
And the bike pass.
Bought the bike pass.
Bike pass.
Come on, JB. You gonna have to get out of government, man, and get back into everyday life.
JB, he ain't giving no money to the. So this is what I figure out. The black dude that got the $52 million must be in the least offensive category. Right? Because he was like, oh, I'm not giving that. Can you imagine the white guys calling up the black people like, yo, I got $52 million. No. But let me tell you, that white guy, though, the black guy, you know how he got in? How? He got made by a white girl who decided that he was going to be her project. So the chief of staff decided that I'm going to make my pet black guy the black guy for Illinois. Now, she's from Philadelphia, where it looks like Trump's about to win.
Yeah.
And he's from Georgia, where it looks like Trump's about to win. And they up here trying to make us pay more taxes. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the other part. And Ruthie, this is for your friends. Because you got a bunch of these millennial fake political activist friends, right, that pretend like they political consultants. You know, when y'all be going to the meetings and they ask them how much money did they get off of fair tax.
Don't. You're telling too much.
I'm just telling you. People outside with sign money. I don't want to do the morning show. Can we find out what's going on with Lauren Underwood?
Nobody's thinking about these things strategically. It's all an emotional response. If you think about these things strategically, you just mentioned earlier why, in his own self-interest, why would JB really want Joe Biden to win the presidency, right? And you think about that logically, it makes perfect sense. And so on one hand, I was kind of like, well, maybe some of these Democrats just aren't jumping in, not necessarily because they don't want him to win, but because they don't want to put themselves out there and go against Trump that way in case he does win. But when you put it that way, he absolutely has an incentive to make sure that door is open for him when he's ready to walk through it. If he puts Joe Biden there, that door's blocked.
Jim is in the league.
Who? Jim Oberweis. He stayed in. He was in the league. How about this, y'all? Did y'all know? Check this out. Joe Biden in Illinois got 2,607,347 votes.
Okay.
Donald Trump in Illinois got 2,084,234 votes.
Wait, both got 2 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. He even in Illinois. Like, this is America.
If there was no Cook County.
Right.
If there was no Cook County.
Oh, be clear. The country starts just south of I-80.
Shout out to the treasurer, Maria Pappas, who is tuning in with us. Look, Madam Treasurer, shout out to the treasurer. Madam Treasurer, send us over some of those custom-made them jogging suits you got.
Yeah.
Send us some over there. Ruthie,
she be fly.
Right, she do be fly. You know what? I'm going to tell you what. You know, I talk a lot of smack about a lot of elected officials. There's two I ain't talking no smack about.
Okay.
Well, three. Alderman Burnett.
All right.
Let me back up. Carrie Steele. President Carrie Steele.
Let's be clear.
Okay, that's number one.
Although Alderman Burnett was my first political, he brought me in the game. I don't think I would have known Carrie if it wasn't for Alderman Burnett because I wouldn't be a young Democrat.
Okay.
Carrie Steele.
A young who? Okay, let me stop.
And that's all right. How old are you?
34.
Okay, you ain't aged out. We gonna put you in and we gonna take it over. Ruthie, how old are you?
33.
So we gonna put you in and we ain't gonna age you out and we're gonna take it over. Then once y'all get through running y'all subsequent chapters, Carrie was the president of Young Democrats and now she's the president. We gonna run. Look, one of y'all getting ready to get ran for office in the next go round anyway. We can't have this whole platform and not make our own people powerful.
It's her because he not afraid to whoop ass.
Yeah, no, I'm people think I'm too radical, right?
Ruthie,
I think outside of the box, so like that's radical.
No,
it's not radical. It's rational.
They think you're a hot boy. That's what it is.
You are a hot
They're
boy.
like, they say, Herb,
Ruthie,
you cannot be hot
don't
boy.
start on this. Don't start on this microphone.
Cannot be hot boy.
Don't start.
You cannot be right, Ruthie. You
Okay.
Ruthie?
All right.
Don't make me turn into Uncle May.
Please don't.
I got to know my network sister well this evening.
I was like, man, I missed all the tapes.
It is important to be multidimensional, my people.
It is. I agree with you, sis. I'm right there with you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. What I'm gonna do is be multiple multiple drink and multiple. You know what? It's a lot going on.
Speaking of that,
but check it out. You know I am broadcasting live on air, doing my.
Who's on the phone?
This is my good friend Duncan, all the way from Canada, who is probably watching us and laughing at us. Duncan, you're on live TV right now. What's going on, man?
I am a little concerned. I'm a little concerned.
Look, Duncan is my friend from Canada, and he's really calling to let me know about the real estate we're purchasing there. Because we said if Donald Trump ran again. So, look, Duncan did not believe me when I told him Donald Trump was going to win again. And now he's calling me at 12 o'clock from Vancouver to say he's nervous. Duncan, why are you nervous, my friend?
First of all, it's not 12 o'clock on the West Coast. We have a long way to go. And I have been paying very close attention to some key counties in multiple key states. So you need to relax for a moment. This is why I wanted to call and see how you were feeling.
I'm feeling like this. I told you. Did I bet you too? I want my $100. Because I bet a whole bunch of people, Duncan, that they was going to have to pay me $100 because America.
Are you actually live right now?
You're actually live. You're talking on the radio. Hey, Duncan, do you hear all those people talking to you? I'm live right now on air. We're doing our Election Day special.
I'm sitting here with a bunch of Canadians who are all watching. I can put them on speaker so you can hear from all of us and hear our hot take.
Let's hear what's going on in Canada.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna put you on with a good friend of mine who is a well-established figure.
He's got 60 seconds, man. We got the close. We ending at 12 o'clock. Yo!
Come here. Maze and I are here live. You know Steve. You've met Steve before.
What's up, Steve? You are live on What's in It for the Black People Media, and we are about to, guys, I got to let you go because we are due to end this broadcast at 12 o'clock, and everybody is watching. But well, let me tell you what. My guy Duncan is telling everybody, get your passports because we're all moving to Vancouver. Right?
Let go.
We're all moving to Vancouver because they got good stuff. Duncan, I'm going to call you tomorrow, man.
Have you already given up?
No, it's already done, Joe.
It's not about giving up. It's about reading the board and being able to add, and it says that the man can't win.
And let me tell you what, and let's just be clear, Duncan.
Wait. We're sitting on my deck. The view is gorgeous. The city is awesome. You're welcome to Vancouver. I'll look after y'all when you get here because it's a great town.
Hey, thanks, Steve. We appreciate you, Duncan. I got to let you go. Look, y'all, this has been the 2020
International.
What's in it for the Black People Media?
What's in it for the Black people? Them people called all the way from Canada. Let me tell you what,
they worried.
They are worried. But they also been watching Handmaid's Tale. So me and Carrie got some real estate up in Vancouver. Y'all want to catch up with us? We got a private jet. If we need to get up out of here, we can get out of here. We'll miss customs and we'll be in Vancouver.
No, I can bring whatever I want in my bags.
Mouse sauce.
Sound like they was feeling good drinking up there.
They was drinking like stupid Americans.
And I want to be clear because you defamed my character earlier before I came into the actual broadcast studio.
Come on.
You said I was outside in the lounge area drinking 30-year scotch and mixing it with 7-Up. First of all, I would never do such a thing.
Ginger ale.
I'm a professional drinker. Second of all, I didn't have a sip of it. I didn't drink any of it.
You know what, Herb? You could have had a whole bottle, bro. The work you put in today, the work we all put in, Sonia, Ruthie,
the whole team,
Todd,
the whole team,
Tucson,
Dawn, Lisa
everybody,
was here.
Lisa E, Divine Treats, everybody who made tonight
Shout out to
special.
Divine Treats.
Y'all, can I tell y'all something? This was a vision. that I wanted to see happen one day. Who knew? I was always trying to call around to be on somebody's show for Election Day, and here we are, and people are being on our show.
Fox
we had
News,
the Fox
International.
News, Sun Times, Tribune. We had the Board of Elections. We even had international callers, international developers. Hey, Joe, them dudes got G6. G12. Let me tell y'all what.
Most importantly, we had the viewers from Chicago.
We had the
Big
viewers from Chicago
facts.
and around the
Home.
world.
Big
All right.
facts.
So,
Shout out to home.
for Herb Howard, for Sonia Escobar, for Todd Stroger, Booker Dawn, Dawn Millhouse, for Lisa E., for Carrie K. Steele, President of MWRD,
Shout out,
for
Madam
Lil
President.
G. Ruthie Moore. I am the host of Election 2020. Shout out to my mama for bringing the pie. Shout out to Auntie Neil and Rago Babo for bringing all the food. Tamiko Okamat. Shout out to her for building the walls. And now, y'all, I'm about to go eat these eggs.
What you been asking on election night?
What's in it for the black people? So I've been asking every election night for the last 5 years, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them, Mason, we out of here. Peace.